What's up, y'all? Failed to fetch media. Current selection media couldn't be fetched. Try selecting a different media. Wow. Why? Why is it not letting me do that? Why is it not letting me do this? Why is it not letting me do this, y'all? Hold on 1 second. But it's letting me do that. Philly in the building. What's up, y'all? Philly, Philly. Philly, Philly is where I am from. Philly in the building. Why y'all got all the best rappers in Philly, man? I'm a New York dude, and I believe Philly got all the best rappers, man. All my favorite rappers is from Philly. It's something in the water in Philly, man, when it comes to this hip hop thing, man. And I ain't really all the way with hip hop no more, but man, I used to love rappers from Philly, man. Why is this not letting me do this? What's wrong with this joint? Oh, let me put Puffy up, y'all. It won't let me put up nothing spiritual, but it let me put Puffy up. This is crazy. This thing is tripping. I'm trying to put all my spiritual stuff up. It won't let me put that stuff up, but it let me put Puffy up. I can't make this up, y'all. Hold on, man. Why won't let me put my stuff up? Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Come on. Why is it doing that? Hold on, y'all. Be patient with me. It won't let me put none of this up, but if I touch on Puffy, well, I don't mean to touch on Puffy, but what the fuck is up with this? It won't let me put that up. I can't make this shit up. It won't let me put up nothing spiritual, but if I put up Puffy or Africa Bambaataa, it'll go up. But I can't put up Jesus. I can't put up the Star Tetrahedron. I can't put up the Last Supper, but I could either put up Puffy or Africa Bambaataa, y'all. I can't make this shit up. I can't make this shit up, y'all. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I can't make this shit up. It won't let me put up what I want to put up. All right, let me take Puffy down real quick. No Puffy. See if it let me. Yeah, it won't let me put up none of my pictures of Christ. It won't let me put up the Last Supper. It won't let me put up praying hands. It won't let me put up none of that. But if I try to put up anything evil, it'll let me put up. It won't let me put up nothing positive. It only let me put up witchcraft people and hip hop people. Anything, I'm not making this up, y'all. If I try to put up praying hands, it won't go up. If I try to put up the Last Supper, it won't go up. If I try to put up the macabre, it won't go up. If I try to put anything positive, I try to put up here, it won't go up. It's only letting me put up negative shit. This is crazy. And I'm trying not to be a conspiracy theorist. You know what I'm saying? I was just testing theory. Let's see if R. Kelly go up here, y'all, because I got a picture of R. Kelly. Let's see. I bet you R. Kelly go up here. Let me see. And I swear, I think I'm playing. I swear, I think y'all. I know y'all think I'm playing. This shit is crazy. I'm trying to put up something positive, and something light in my background, it's only letting me put up hip hop artists and witchcraft. This shit is crazy. Well, maybe it's only. Let me see if I do the first. Let me see if I do it. Let me see if I go off and then come back on. You're not gonna find a job, old head. I got a job. This is my job. This is my job, y'all. I'm here every day. I'm here every day. This is my job. I don't want to get brag. I don't want to be boastful or say nothing crazy or nothing. But if I could make the same amount of money you make at your job or close to it, why not do this? I enjoy what I'm doing. Huh? All right. That's what you say. I don't have kids. I got a 15-year-old. I got a 29-year-old who's probably your age. I got a 19-year-old who's at work. And I got a 15-year-old who's 1,000 miles away from me. Yeah, it won't let me do this. It's not letting me do this. This is crazy. I don't understand why it won't let me do what I'm trying to do. If I put up LL Cool J, oh no, it won't let me do LL Cool J. I don't understand why it's not letting me do what I'm trying to do. I really don't understand. I'm about to block you, J Block. I'm about to block you, man, because you. What do you mean I'm worrying about the wrong things? I'm on my live, man. I'm about to block you because you doing too much. New here, enjoying my commentary. I ain't even talk about nothing yet, Rock. Hold on though. I'm gonna put up my green screen, trying to put my background up. Too much free time. I know. Come on, man. Like, what are you here for? I can't. It's not even that they come here to do it because people, you're allowed to your own opinion and your own beliefs. But what baffles me, right, is how you go on someone's live and then text something negative, wait for a response just to text something negative. That exchange takes up a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy to do that. Energy and patience. How could someone have the energy and patience to troll? Even if I could troll, if I was able to do that, I wouldn't have the patience to text you something on here, wait till you respond so I can respond negatively and then wait for you to respond negatively again. Like, I gotta sit here and wait for you to respond to my negative. That's way too much time and energy. Even if I could do it, like if I was the type of person that could do that, I couldn't do that part. Like, I couldn't be waiting and then respond and then like, how are you able to even do that? And then you talking about me finding a job. I'm up here doing what I'm doing, and you over here messing with me. So if I need to find a job, and you up here messing with me, what do you need to do? You actually worse than me. People. And it's probably a kid too, so I gotta like check myself and then realize that it's probably a 21, 20-year-old, 19-year-old kid with nothing to do. They cut in school somewhere. Yeah, all right, well, I'm gonna just leave it blank because this is not, I'm not even making this up. Anything positive I try to put up here is not letting me, but any hip hop artists I put up here is letting me put it up there, and they're not in my phone for that. They're in my phone for the videos I be putting up. So I was just testing it to see what it would let me put up. It's not letting me put up one positive thing. A cross, praying hands, the Jesus, the pictures of Jesus, the pictures of the Black Last Supper, the star tetrahedron, the macabre. It's not letting me put up anything positive. It won't let me put up nothing positive, y'all. So I'm just gonna leave it blank. I'm gonna just leave it blank. I don't even understand what's going on here, and I'm trying not to be a super conspiracy theorist about it. Let me see if it let me. Oh, it did. I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna leave it like that. These are pictures that I took. This is a Bible scripture when because I was doing the thing about hip hop. So this scripture right here is based off of when Jacob was going to meet his brother, and he wrestled with God, and he touched his hip and made him hop. So I had this up here for that purpose. But I'm gonna just leave that because I like to have something behind me. So what better behind me than the word of God? Because it won't let me put up the stuff that I'm trying to put up, and I don't know why. What Cuff told you, bruh? Fleetwood, I'm gonna keep it a band with you, Fleet. I'll comment on that, but since I've been going live now, like the videos, you know my claim to fame, obviously, because you talking about Cuff, but the Prince stuff from Supreme Team, the Preacher stuff, you know, the taking over the blocks, the Hell Rail, the Dipset stuff. To be completely honest with you, bro, I'm getting away from that, right? Because, you know, my claim to fame was the street stuff, you know what I'm saying? And being in the penitentiary and being around those type of people, you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of getting away from that. Like, I don't really want to keep talking about them. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk about Dipset. I don't want to talk about Jim Jones. I don't want to talk about Preacher. I don't want to talk about Cuff. I don't really want to talk about that kind of stuff, bro. And I don't want to lose you because what I got to say is way more important than that. And I do understand that a lot of people here came here because of that part. But that part of my life, I just put that all out there because I was getting out and giving people my backstory. You know what I'm saying? And those were people I met in my backstory. So I don't want to get into all of the death and the homicides and the killing. I don't really want to get into that, bro. I ain't gonna lie. And I got them loaded in my phone, and the universe won't even allow me to load it. I keep trying to load the Preachers, the part 2 to the John Cuff. It won't accept it. And I'm using stuff that I used before, and it won't accept it. You know what I'm saying? I got another story, another hood tale about my block, Weeks Avenue, part 2. I got pictures. I loaded it up. It won't allow me to load none of that. Just like this won't allow me to load no positive background. It let me do this Bible scripture, but the same way this won't let me load the good pictures I'm trying to put behind me. When I'm loading those things to YouTube, YouTube won't accept it. It keeps striking it for different reasons. And I was fighting with myself if I even wanted to keep putting that up because I want this channel to be about, you know what I'm saying, spiritual healing and spiritual growth. Now, every now and again, we get into some street shit if it comes up in conversation, but I don't want to sit here and keep talking about that, man, because I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I prayed. When I get off of here, I'm going to pray again, but I don't want to start calling that stuff into here, man. I mean, and it's good stories. Don't get me wrong. Maybe like if somebody called me to their channel or something, maybe I'll speak on it if it happens naturally, but I don't want to just regurgitate stories about murder no more, man. I don't, man. I'm really trying to stay away from that, bro. And the core people who are here that come on every night and all of that, a lot of them don't really want to hear that anyway. You know what I'm saying? So forgive me if that's what you're here for, because I don't want to talk about Cuff no more. I don't want to talk about death no more. I don't want to really talk about prison no more. You was on yesterday and you loved it. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Rox. That's what I'm here for. And whenever you was here, I wasn't talking about the penitentiary and who got stabbed and why and who got killed and why they killed this person and that person. I started out like that, and I started out like that because I was just giving my history. That's all I was doing, man. You know what I'm saying? And as I gave history on myself, people start asking me about this person. They start asking me about that person. And I was new to YouTube. I was new to this. So I spoke on it. You know what I'm saying? And it got me a little bit of traction. But now that I'm actually monetized, I don't want to use my platform to keep perpetuating that. Because if I talk about the head in the freezer, that head actually had a body. That body actually had a soul, and that soul actually had a family. So I could be on here talking to somebody who might want to learn how to heal themselves and others, who might want to learn how to get spirits out of their homes or spirits out of their children, or to put force field shields of protections around their children. There might be people who want to learn that, but as I'm talking about the head in the freezer, that person's child or grandchild could be up here. Hey, that was my grandfather, or that was, yeah, that guy unalived my uncle, or this and that. And I'm sitting here sounding like I'm praising that person. So I don't want to get it. I have got into it in the past, but I ain't getting back into that unless it comes up in a way where I have to explain something and it comes out. But I'm not gonna allow people to, yo, tell the story about this, or tell me how you took over this block or how you took over that block. I'm not gonna run those stories up at the drop of a hat no more, man, because I'm past that. And if I keep talking about it, then I'm stuck there. If that makes any sense, I'm not trying to be stuck there, bro. You know what I mean? Oh, you found me yesterday too? I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? And so if y'all found me yesterday, if you just found me, and sometimes I do backtrack because I be wanting people to, know who I am and know my journey and know what I'm know how far I've came. So every now and again, if you continue to be here continuously, you're gonna see people, gangbangers, street people, that's gonna pop up in here from my, what's up, GP? They're gonna pop up from my past. You know what I'm saying? And the things that I was involved in. So don't get sidetracked. I was a street dude. I did a lot of stuff in the streets. You know what I'm saying? I was a gang leader. I was a street leader. I was into all of the other stuff in the Bronx, in the South Bronx. You know what I'm saying? I got federally indicted. You know what I'm saying? I cooperated. They're going to call me a bunch of rats in the chat and all of that. You know what I'm saying? I gave up information on over 17 homicides. I don't say that as a proud thing, but it's gonna be here. So when it comes up, I don't want it to be no shock value like, damn, the brother, people gonna find me 6 months from now. We may not never go back to it. But all the people who's here right now, because I only been on YouTube like going live for 2 weeks now, maybe 3 weeks now, but I'm gonna be doing it every day. So after a while, y'all right here, even if you found me yesterday, if you continue to be here, you're going to be one of my core people that been with me from the beginning, because this is the beginning. So all my people who've been from the beginning, I want to be able to say, y'all know where I came from and y'all already know where it came from. But I don't want people to be surprised when these gangsters jump in this chat talking about murder, death, and mayhem, because I once was upon that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm ashamed of it. I'm ashamed of it. I'm not going to. Right now, I don't even want to go into the whole story of it. I'm just giving y'all a rough basis of what might be said. Yes, I do. I do have a powerful testimony, and that's what I want it only to be, a testimony. Not so every now and again, y'all gonna see some young gang members like that used to be in my gang or heard of me or still gang banging or whatever. They're gonna come in here and they're either gonna talk crazy about me or ask me a bunch of street shit that I used to answer a couple weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? I would sit here and I would talk street shit with them for hours. But what was happening was I found myself attaching myself to the person that I was, if that make any sense. Even though I haven't done any of those things in over 10 years, I got into debates whether we took over this block or whether we had control over this jail and who we went to war with and who got, and you start talking about it, you start attaching yourself to that former you. You start attaching yourself to those entities. And then pride sneaks in. You know what I'm saying? Pride sneaks in, ego sneaks in, and then anger sneaks in, and then next thing you know, I'm bucks again. I ain't sold no more. So, and my family been telling me, yo, when you was talking about that, man, you started reminding me of the street you, and it's true. It's true. We want to hear about Scratch Outpost so bad and move to DC. Bro, I just gave this whole spew about what I'm not doing no more, and you come right. Maybe you just came here. Maybe you just came. Jazz, you been here with me, bro. You been here with me. But I'm just trying to figure out, did you not just hear what I was telling the other brother when you came and asked about Cuff again? I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm just trying to figure it out. I don't want to go back over, but I'm gonna go back over because you've been here every day since the beginning. So I feel I owe this to you because you have been here every day since the beginning. And you from the neighborhood if 180 means 180th. And you from the neighborhood. Like I was just explaining, I don't know if you just came in or not. I am no longer going back to the street shit. I'm done with talking about that shit, bro. I'm not talking about it no more. For real. I'm not talking about it. I love y'all, and if I could keep y'all here and y'all can learn how to change y'all way of thinking, y'all could change y'all energy, change y'all vibration. You know what I'm saying? if through me, somewhere down the road, even if something I say make you change 10 years from now or 5 years from now, and you find salvation, and then look at me as an example, or even if not even an example, like nothing to idolize or nothing to look up to, but just like, I remember when he said he went through this, and you know how to move and adjust as things come your way as far as finding salvation and changing, then I want y'all to stay. I love y'all, man, because y'all from where I'm from, not meaning the neighborhood exactly, but that mindset, the lost children. So I don't want to deter y'all by saying I'm not gonna talk street shit no more, but I'm not gonna talk street shit no more. And I hope that you will still stick around and hear some of the stuff that I'm saying as far as like salvation and changing and healing. You know what I'm saying? And being men and being fathers and being powerful down here. Cause we wasting time with that street shit. And I know it's entertainment. I was just at 110. I dropped down to 89. They probably said, oh, he ain't talking street shit. I'm out of here. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about Dipset. I don't want to talk about Rel. I don't want to talk about Jim. I don't want to talk about Cuff. I don't want to talk about Prince. I don't want to talk about Shark. I don't want to talk about no killers and goons. The only way I'll bring them up is if it's in reference to me saying how I saw the demon that was attached to them. The only way I'll bring them up is if I'm saying how I would love to sit down with those brothers and build with them and see if they want to change their ways, and they like, I don't want to talk about them no more. I'm keeping it real. And I was trying to load the part 2 to the Cuff thing. YouTube won't accept it. I was trying to load the Weeks Avenue part 2 story. It won't accept it. So first my phone was too backed up for me to get it out. Now that I got the storage so I can get it out, I loaded it to YouTube, and I spent the last 3 days trying to load those 2 videos while I'm fighting with myself about even putting them up. Because I was fighting with myself about, once my phone was able to get the videos out, I fought with myself. Like, am I supposed to do this? I didn't pray on it, and then I tried to load it, and it didn't work. It loads, but it got like 6 different strikes. So it'll take me another 2-3 days to remove each one of those strikes. And I prayed on it this morning though. And something in my spirit told me not to do it, not to double back. And the reason being is because now that I've been going live for the last 3 days consistently, the people that's in here, most of the people that's in here, they want to learn how to move spirit. They want to learn how to heal themselves. You know what I'm saying? They want to learn how to pray and put force field shields of protection down and around their children. You know what I'm saying? They want to hear how to manifest everything in their life that they need. They want to hear these things. They want to hear highly vibrational things. So I don't want to keep going back there, because in their eyes, they're going to view me as a hypocrite, or they're going to view, why is he even talking about that? Why is he even back there? They're not here for that. And most of the people in my chat, they're not here for the gangster stuff. So if I lose some of the people who followed my page for the gangster stuff, so be it. But I don't want to talk about the gangster stuff no more, bro. And I'm giving you that long explanation because you are one of the people who've been here from the beginning. And I don't want to lose you, because you're one of the ones that I'm here to, I'm not going to say save, because you can only save yourself. Only Yahshua Yahweh, Jesus the Christ, can save you. So I'm not going to say save, but point you in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? Point you in the right direction. That's all, bro. So if you still pull up, you pull up. Sometimes we can laugh and joke. We could be light, but I don't want to talk about death, man. I don't want to talk about no death. I don't want to talk about death, bro. Hold on, y'all. God bless you, my brother. You're doing the right thing, and that's why you're losing numbers. Yeah. You know, because I got a lot of, for all the new people here, I got a lot of people because of my involvement with Rel and Dipset, and I went public about a lot of things that was going on with me and them, and that kind of pushed me to a couple platforms that are popular in New York. But these platforms are gangbanging. Those platforms are based on gangbanging, rap music, street culture, and I got a lot of traction by going on those places, on those sites. So the majority of the people that was here in the beginning for the videos, because not the lives. Since I've been going live and I've been on my lives, most of the people been okay with the spiritual stuff. Maybe like the first time a couple weeks ago, I had a lot of hood people in here, and I was going back explaining, you know, some of the hood stuff and all of that. But the last 3-4 days that have been the biggest numbers on my platform, I've been talking straight spirituality. I ain't even talking no street stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's the creator. That's the all in all. That's the most high. Like, bro, do what you and your purpose to do. It wasn't in my purpose to talk about Harrell and them and the gangbanging shit. That was just me explaining who I was and what we've been through and why I was where I was at and what was going on. So I did my explaining that. The last three times I've been up here is the turnout has been crazy, and we ain't even talk not one thing about the streets. So as these brothers are coming in, they still asking me those questions, and I'm just making it known I'm not answering those questions no more. I'm not even gonna put those videos up. It won't go into the universe, and it's gonna mess my channel up because I just put up about that brother who unalived them 8 children. I just put that up. Why would I put a gangster story up right behind it? I don't think I'm gonna get into that no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I want to get into that no more. For real, for real. If I put up a story like the brother who unalived his 8 children, I'm not even putting that up for clicks, views, and likes. I'm putting that up to show people that brother was possessed because he was cheating on his wife with another woman. You know, they was doing something that's ritualistic. To have relationships between a man and a woman, that sexual relationship is one of the most spiritual things you can do down here on the 3rd dimension. So because that brother was having those relationships outside of his marriage, with the Bible called adultery, adultery is a spirit. So that spirit of adultery attached itself to him. And with adultery comes lust, greed, jealousy, envy, rage, and ultimately unalivement. Murder murder and adultery go hand in hand. That's why people get unalived in love triangles more than they do for money, gang banging, or religion. That's the number one cause. It's because adultery is not a big sin as far as biblical go. Adultery is a big sin as far as energy goes. You understand? When you're doing one of the most powerful energetic exchanges we can do down here, you're going to have some of the most powerful results, which ends up being children, love, or hate. So when I put up videos like I put up about the brother, even on everybody's putting up videos because it's clickbait, that's not my angle. Because I fought with myself. I put it up the other day, but it had already been 3 days. And I fought with myself because I didn't want to do it to like, oh, this is what everybody talking about. I know I'm going to get views doing it. No, I wanted to show people because as I kept watching the video and everybody keeps saying he has a mental health issue or what would possess somebody. You said it. What would possess a person? He was possessed. That is not a human action that he did. That wasn't a human action, y'all. That wasn't a human action. You know what I'm saying? Talk about the case versus the outcome. The cause versus the outcome. Preventing and healing. Yes, that's what we're here to do, y'all. Talk about the spirit and the system and the law. Reform of what leads to that mentality in the first place. Yes, that's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here, brother. Samuel. Yes, that's what we're doing, brother. That's what we're doing up here. That's what we're doing up here. I want to talk about what creates the John Cuffs, what creates the Jack Frost, what creates the preachers and the princes, what creates the shark ballers and the Jim Joneses, both Jim Joneses, the spiritual Jim Jones, the cult leader, and the hip hop fake blood cult leader. That's what we're here to do. Talk about what produced that. What is the importance of that being pushed to the forefront? How we got in the mind state of men don't need women and women don't need men. How did we get in that mind state? How did we get in that mind state of Beamer Bentley Benzes and you judge somebody by the things that they have instead of their character? Why we got in the habit of co-parenting. Yeah, we co-parenting. That shit is the norm now. I don't want to say no names, but I got family members who just had a baby and I'm like, well, oh no, we're co-parenting. He knew we was gonna co-parent. It's like, when did we become like that? When did that became okay? And a lot of it is on hip hop, and my channel is gonna be a lot about hip hop. Reason being is because hip hop is our culture. Whether you African American, FBAs, I don't want to get into which one we are, but us here in America, right? Hip hop is the number one cause of 99% of our problems here, and it's been that way since its inception. It's been that way. It does it all. It promotes not being together. It first of all, it's super hyper masculine, right? So it influenced the culture, good or bad. What hip hop? If you're talking about what influences the culture, good or bad, hip hop is bad. It ain't no good to hip hop. It was a little bit in the beginning. It was a little bit in the beginning, but everything is good in the beginning. Even some of the gangs was good, was good in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? When I guess when cocaine was just, outside of my Christian brothers and sisters, I'm not saying it's okay, but at one time, people took a little sniff in the 70s. Even cocaine was all right until it turned to crack. And I'm not saying cocaine was all right. I'm just saying it was something people did on the weekend. They went on about their business, and then it wasn't. And then it wasn't. I asked about Cuff because I used to see him all the time. I grew up near the building Preacher took over on the Grand Concourse. Yeah, I had a cousin. My brother Banger was in that building. That building on a downtown side. It had two sides of the big lobby and all of that. I had my cousin Banger. My brother Banger used to live in that building, so I know that building too. I know that building. We was actually in that building. Right. Yeah, the gangs were organized. All of that stuff had a purpose. But whenever, and I'm not even gonna say that neither, because I was gonna say whenever things ain't based around God, it usually goes wrong. But even that too, sometimes things get based around God and it goes wrong. So I was about to say that, but it's actually wrong. Whenever men come together and they're not, that's a trick. All evil stuff starts out good. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's what I'm saying about hip hop. Like it was good in the beginning, but even when you watch hip hop, right, in the beginning when it was good, it wasn't good. If you want to get biblically, you know why it wasn't good? Because these guys it was always from a state of pride. Even when hip hop was teaching us who we was as a people, the rapper himself still told you he had more money than you. He was the flyest. He was the dopest. He get all the fly girlies. So even when it was light, he still was saying that our women ain't nothing more than just points and trophies. Yeah, every now and again they came out with a song praising the women, but for the most part. As soon as they started saying the hip, the hop, the hippie to the, he'd be like, I travel around the world and all the fly girls. He already coming from a standpoint of, I'm getting all the girls, I'm bouncing around, I'm not being a father, I'm not praising God, I'm partying and bullshitting. So even when it was in hip hop in its inception, it already started out prideful. It already started out womanizing. It already started out that way, saying I'm better than you. It was based off of pride. There is no healing without God. There is no healing. It might go wrong if it's based on God, but it's all for the good in the end. Yeah, because what happens is I used to live on 183rd and Valentine, late 90s. I was over there. That's the neighborhood. I was over there. Yeah, what happens is I believe most religions, even if the person is taught right, like the person knows everything there is to know about their particular religion, what happens is, you know how they say absolute power corrupts absolutely all the time or whatever the case? That's what happens. You know what I'm saying? Men get prideful, man. And when they learn a few things and they know a few things, they get prideful. And that's what happens, man. Pride seeps in. And then next thing you know, we got a cult leader. We got somebody, people don't know how you're going to react or how you respond when people are listening to you and following you. Even as I get on here, I know how to correct myself because, when I was doing the wrong thing, I was always a leader. I was always a leader. And not by trying to be the leader, I always ended up being a leader because I always had humility. I was the oldest out of my brothers and sisters, so I was born a leader because I was the oldest out of all my brothers and sisters. So I had 6 people that was under me from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? And I loved them. So I used to go do stuff because I was the oldest growing up in the South Bronx. So I had to physically fight for all of them. I had to. I had to tell them, don't go over there, don't be around him. I had to be that way. So naturally, I was a leader because I was the oldest, right? So when I got into the streets, people just gravitated towards me. So I never ever abused my leadership, whether it was in a gang or one of the street stuff that I started. whether it was Connecticut, I've been in leadership roles probably 5 times in my life, not saying, yo, I'm the leader or whatever, just people choosing me, right? But what happens is, even in myself, I have to catch myself in my leadership plenty of times where I'm like, damn, am I abusing this? Should I do this or should I do that? Most people, that's why I went through all of that. Most people who have never been in a position of leadership or power, most people, they're gonna abuse it, because if you're not used to being a leader, you don't know how you, and people, even y'all get up here, whatever you into, if you into cosmetology and you start running a course on cosmetology, or the Bible, or auto mechanic, whatever it is that you get good at and passionate about, you'll never know how you gonna respond when you got people saying, well, teacher, you don't know how you gonna act. People offering you money, women in your inbox, and all of this and all of that. We could say, like, we like when they say money change, and be like, man, money won't change me. Man, let somebody give you $10 million and I'll watch how money change you. You're gonna change. You ain't gonna realize it, but you're gonna change. You're gonna have to change. You're gonna have to change. You're gonna have to. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to change. You know what I mean? It might not change your heart. If your heart is big, your heart is gonna remain big. You know what I'm saying? If you love people, you're still gonna love who you love. It's not gonna make you, but you're gonna have to change, because some of the people you love, they're gonna change. I'm telling you that. They're gonna change. Since I've been on YouTube, I ain't even famous. Just people knowing me, man. People been changing already, acting like I got money. Want me to promote their hip hop album, and I'm like, bro, I'm not even popping like that. First of all, I'm not even into hip hop. If you've been watching my live, then you know I'm against hip hop right now. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So everything gets corrupted eventually, man. It's gonna get corrupted as long as a human is driving it, and God ain't behind it. It's gonna get corrupted, and that's how you know if what they're doing is upon God. Because if the Most High, all in all Creator, is with it, ain't nothing gonna go against it. It's gonna flourish. But to be completely honest, the all in all really ain't behind much of the shit that's going on. There might be a good God behind it, right? Christ might be behind it, and the Father that sent him might be behind it. You know what I'm saying? If you're blessed enough, and you'll be able to see, because you're gonna see healing. You're gonna hear the language. You're gonna see things. You're gonna feel things. People, you feel it, and not saying they don't feel things in churches or walks and religions that are upon something that's not of God, because that they might vibrate with that vibration. If you understand what I'm saying, you think people at a hip hop concert ain't fully into the concert? You think people who went to a Michael Jackson concert, when they fell out and passed out and all of that, man, that spirit that was upon Michael Jackson was so powerful that that person idolized and worshiped Michael Jackson, and they gave so much of their life force to Michael Jackson that they actually passed out. Y'all, if y'all old enough to know, y'all know what I'm talking about, and he's upon straight witchcraft, straight pedophilia, straight witchcraft. I know y'all love Michael, but I'm just telling y'all, I'm being honest, man. This is what these people are upon. His wasn't just brought to the light like R. Kelly's or Puffy's, but he's the same as them. They all the same. But somebody felt that he was so beautiful, and they loved Michael so much, they saw that brother and gave so much of their life force up that they fell out. That's what that is, y'all. When that person fainted, people say, oh, they got so excited. No, they gave so much of their life force to him, or the entity connected to him. He absorbed so much of that energy that that person fainted. It's the opposite of when Christ was walking through the crowd and the woman just touched his robe and she became healed. Remember that? She just touched his robe and she became healed. And he felt the energy come out of him. A little bit of energy, a tiny bit. But she was like, if I could just touch him. Yeah, man ain't supposed to have that power. When you give a man man don't have that power. They get close to it, but not that power in its totality, right? But men have got close to it. When a man get close to that much power, then you got a Michael Jackson who believed he could just build Never Never Land and sweep people kids off like Peter Pan to Never Never Land. and get away with it. And then sit there and say, well, I love the little kid. And dare you say something about Michael Jackson around these old black folk. I wish you would. He's so gentle and so powerful and so, they just love him. And then he get up there and tell you that Sony is the devil. Tommy Mottola's the devil. Yeah, but you've been around them people since you was 5 years old. What does that make you? If they the devil, what were you doing around them? How were you able to be around them and not do what they was doing? You sat at that table. How were you able to sit at that table, Michael? And and black people don't see it. They just think that, oh, he was a kid and he was, yeah, and it wasn't his fault what happened to him. But if y'all think for 1 second that Joe Jackson didn't have them kids doing ungodly things the entire time they was over there with all these people, Tommy Mottola, who people, if you study, you know what he's about. Clive Davis, if you study, you know what he was about. Quincy Jones, oh, we could go on and on about Quincy. We could go on and on about Quincy. First movie he found Will Smith. First movie he put Will Smith in was about, the rainbow community activity. The very first movie. And then we watch Will Smith, and then there's all these rumors and talks about is he is or is he ain't. Then he got kids. One that's a girl that don't want to be a girl. A boy that's a boy that don't want to be a boy. His wife does what she want to do. He does what he want to do. Their family structure is completely out of whack. And that's because he was brought into the industry by someone like Quincy Jones. And we know what Quincy Jones was doing because Tupac told us. Quincy Jones wanted to watch Tupac and his daughter have relations. So a man who don't mind watching his daughter have relations with Tupac, and then you wonder why Will Smith his family is the way his family is. Look at who they say, my grandma used to say, show me who you hang with and I'll tell you who you are. My grandmother used to say that. Yeah, come on now, y'all old folk, y'all black folk. Y'all know y'all mama had them cliches, them real cliches that was real. Show me who you hang with and I'll show you who you are. So if Tupac was lying, it sure fits the lifestyle of the people who hung around this guy. We just seen, what's his name, Tevin Campbell, crying in tears about the things they did to him when he was a kid. Crying out in tears for what they did to that young man. You think they care about age? They don't care about somebody's age, man. They don't care about somebody's age because the people behind them, in this Bible right here, it's not the same people, but I'm saying the same spirit when they was giving their children off to Maloot, to that entity, to Baal, straight up sacrifices. They still doing it. So again, absolute power corrupts absolutely all the time. All the time, even in the churches, even in the Christian churches. The Christians are not excluded. They're not excluded. They're not excluded at all. I see pastors up there talking about that they supposed to have a Lamborghini. They supposed to have a Rolls Royce. That God gave it to them. You know how much money some of these pastors put a Rolls Royce? You seen a guy in Brooklyn? I don't know if y'all familiar with the guy. It was a pastor in Brooklyn. He's in his 30s. He got robbed a couple times. They robbed him. Now you know it's bad when a pastor get robbed for his jewelry. Rappers get robbed for their jewelry, right? This dude had rapper jewelry. And when I heard of it, I went in and I watched him. I should have a whole thing on him. I don't even remember his name, but I should have a whole thing. I don't be trying to bash humans and stuff like that. I try not to do that. Man. But some of the stuff that we be seeing out here is crazy. If I watch him, though, I'll be able to tell you what's... First of all, we already know he got an egotistical spirit. We already know pride and ego got a hold of him. So that's the only time I'll put something like that up here is if I'm going to show y'all what spirits is in control of this brother. What spirits he's feeding, who his God is. You can't worship God and Mammon. Mammon is a spirit. It's a spirit. Not money in itself, because money's okay if money, new modern day money is like food. Back in biblical times. That's all it is because you need it to sustain life. You have children, you have a responsibility to feed those children, to take care of those children. A husband or a wife, you have a responsibility to take care of your family. You know what I'm saying? And in today's time, it's sad to say we can't function without money. Not here in the wilderness of America, we can't. You know what I'm saying? You can't. So we knowing that it's okay to get money. It's okay to have nice things. But when you start talking about $300,000 for a car and there's still homeless people and people in your church still got bills that they need paid and things they still need done, man, that gets a little excessive. I wouldn't even feel, and this is how you know that God ain't with them, right? And I'm not acting like I'm Jesus the Christ or anything, man. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't feel comfortable driving that kind of car to a church in Brooklyn if I was the pastor. I wouldn't even feel comfortable. Do you understand what I'm saying, y'all? I wouldn't even feel comfortable. I've had decent cars, and sometimes I felt funny, when I pull up at family events. It's family members that don't even have a car. You know what I'm saying? And that's just a little light feeling that I felt like, like I shouldn't have this because they don't got it. And I know I shouldn't feel that way but I was dealing drugs too, so that's different. You know what I mean? I've never had super duper nice things from doing the right thing. I'm just acquiring decent things, now that I'm doing the right thing. But when I was in the streets, even though I was in the streets selling drugs, which is horrible, right? I felt bad pulling up, having things, especially when people used to ask me for money. And, back in the day, you pulling out a big knot, you got 5,500 in all 20s and stuff. I used to feel funny. So when I used to go to things, I used to separate a little money and put some to the side and then go out and pass out things. And the jewelry that I might have wore to the club, when I used to go to family events and stuff like that, I felt funny wearing it. You know what I'm saying? I'm being honest, because I knew that they didn't have it. And I felt like it was me like bragging or rubbing it in their face that I was doing good. I'm talking about my family. I ain't talking about like out in the club or out on the block. So a pastor, if I was the pastor, I'm going to view the people in my church as my family, because it is. That's your spiritual family. Y'all are family, right? I would not feel comfortable driving with no Rolls Royce. Just me personally. I would not. Because half the people in your church is going to have what they could afford. Half of them, they're only going to have what they can afford. And you can't tell me, with all the people in the church and their children and their children's children, you can't tell me everybody's straight. So for you to have a car that's worth $300,000, even if you didn't buy it outright, even if you just driving it, we know your payments is at least $1,500. If that, with insurance and all the other stuff that go along with it, we know for a fact you paying at least $1,500 to $2,000 to have that car, all the maintenance and everything. If anything go wrong, we know you got to kick out $5,000 to $10,000 to get something fixed. So if you could afford, how could you afford to do that? And you're responsible for the house, all these households of the people that's there with you. You understand what I'm corrupt? You can't justify that. I don't give a damn what he say. You can't justify that. You can't. Cadillac, okay, come on, Rolls Royce, bro. Come on, man. You just spent them people money like that. And you don't even feel funny I would feel like, all right, let's go back to the street aspect of it. Like, let's take God out of it and morals and principles out of it, right? Even as a hustler, a street dude, right? I would feel funny if I know that the church is giving me their money every week. How I'm asking you for donations and I got a Lamborghini outside, or he got a Rolls Royce. How am I even gonna ask you for donations and I got a Rolls Royce? What do you need my money for? I would be like, man, I would think like I would think. They don't even, that's how you know it be a spirit of pride and ego, y'all. That's how you know there's a spirit of pride and ego on these people. How does he not think to himself, every time I ask for the collection plate to go around, I'm gonna say to myself, damn, how am I gonna ask them and say we need this for the church function, or we need money for this? How am I gonna ask him and I got a $300,000 car outside? I should have it. Y'all get what I'm saying? That's how you know that this is a spirit of pride and ego. Because how he ain't thinking like that? You know how he ain't thinking like that? Because he got straight pride and ego all over him. Same way R. Kelly ain't thinking about how he got these 17-year-old girls all the way across America, knowing their parents is looking for him. And he never say, well, here, take some money, go see your parents, and then come back in a couple of weeks. You know what I'm saying? Well, go over here, go over. And I'm not justifying or saying anything. I'm just saying, I'm just showing y'all why they don't think like you think. Because you're thinking in your sound mind, right? These people be possessed with the spirit of mammon, the spirit of ego and pride and all that other stuff, adultery, right? Incubus and succubus spirits from these acts of fornication that they're constantly doing. They're not thinking like a human. They're not. Same way with them bombing them people over there and the Palestinians. They ain't thinking from a human aspect. They don't care. They ain't thinking about them people at all. That's not a human. Humans don't conduct themselves like that. And when humans do, I can assure you that there's a spirit attaching itself to that human if the human is still in that physical body. Because sometimes the human don't be in that physical body, y'all. the human be gone, or the human be don't be. You ever see that movie Get Out? Is they show you in Get Out. That's why the when he had the guy strapped to the chair and he was forced to watch the show, and the guy the grandfather was talking. If y'all see the movie, he said this is the coagula, right? Well, what the coagula is, when you study, Satanism and all of that. I didn't study it, but I did because I was studying all forms of spirituality. Well, in that, then you'll know that when they have the picture of Baphomet, and I shatter that name, and I put the blood of Christ all over that name, and I pray that it does not enter your heart, your home, or anything as I say the name. I try not to say these certain names, y'all. And when I say it, y'all say with the blood of Jesus. And when I say any name that you know is a foreign entity or energy, say in the blood of Jesus. And if you don't believe in Jesus, I'm just telling you how you could guard your home against some of this stuff, right? So when you understand that, when they have the picture of that entity with its goat head, its woman breast, and its goat feet, it has one arm up and one arm down. And one arm says Sulav, and one arm says Coagula. Sulav is the soul, Coagula is the transition, meaning a spirit comes from up top, enters the body, and suppresses the human soul of that person and becomes in control of that body. So that's why in the movie Get Out, they was walking around in the body of the person, but it wasn't the person. There was another spirit in control of that body. This happens all the time, y'all. All the time, y'all. And when you see people who go get a Rolls Royce and then still get on the pews and say, oh, well, we got the sale fest. Sister Jenkins, we got the sale fest. Well, look, come on, we going to need some, for the sale fest we got coming around in the bake-off, they pass around the money. And then they got the clerical ties. And then he done passed the plate around 5 times. And one would say, like, how is he still asking for a little bit of money and he got a $300,000 car? We don't even need 300. All we need is about $5,000 to do the things he asking about, and he couldn't just put the 5,000 in. You would think he would think that, but he ain't thinking that because he's possessed with mammon. He's possessed with pride, and those are the things that you see. I'm here to tell y'all that if you could see that car from your pastor, imagine the things you don't see. Imagine it. Imagine all them when them young girls come up in there on Easter Sunday. You know the nieces and nephews and all the ones that only come on Easter Sunday. Imagine when they come up in there, y'all. Imagine when little Lanaya come up in there, her 20-something-year-old self. She got her thighs all out. She up in there with her Louis purse. She up in there and she like, oh, Pastor, I see that Maserati. I see you got that Wraith outside. You think come on now. The same way he got that Wraith, oh yeah, he gonna have little Zanaya in that Wraith with him this weekend. Better believe it. Better believe it. He's showing you who he is. And I'm not saying you ain't supposed to have nice things, but come on, it's the difference between nice and excessive. If it's a difference. It's a big difference, y'all. It's a big difference. A huge difference. Y'all gotta see the brother, man. I watched him. When I heard he got robbed, I never knew nothing about him. But I was scrolling through one of these social media things, and it said preacher get robbed in Brooklyn. I said no, it said again. Preacher get robbed in Brooklyn again. So at first I just seen the thing. I seen him because they had him up there with the jury. So kind of halfway in my mind, I thought he was the guy who robbed the preacher because he looked like a street nigga. So I was like, well, let me look into this, see why these dudes, man, these dudes ain't got no respect. They robbed the preacher. And I get into the story. They say he got robbed twice for over $100,000 in jewelry, right? And then when I go click on his thing, he got a Rolls Royce, the Cullinan, the truck. I'm saying $300,000. It's actually a $500,000 truck. It's actually a $500,000 truck. Yeah, he had a Cullinan. I don't know if he rented it. I don't know if it didn't say whether it's his or not. But he said in the interview when he was in the projects in Brooklyn somewhere, and he said it out his mouth. He said, yeah, man, he said they were haters. That's what he said. He said, there's always going to be haters, like we ain't supposed to have nice things in Christ. And I'm looking at him. I said, nigga, that ain't nice. That's nice would have been, a little Cadillac truck maybe, Benz. That'd have been nice. That ain't nice, homie. That and jewelry in those chains, come on, man. $100,000 in jewelry? I would like to know forget where he got the money from. Where did his people, the church, the parishioners, if any of y'all is in here, where did y'all get that money from? How could y'all afford to give this man so much money? I would like to see how many people he got in this church. I would like to see all that. I didn't really get into it, but I went down that rabbit hole just about, power. Sometimes we just start freestyling. I had a little topic, and then we just started freestyling, just basically getting into power and how people are. I'm sorry, y'all. I get to going, and I ain't read the comment. I got all these comments. He is in prison, brother. Oh, the Brooklyn pastor's in prison? Trucks are expensive. Yeah, the Cadillac truck is like $100,000 right now, but at least a Cadillac truck says it's only we know. I mean, I'm a car guy. I've been a car guy since the streets. So it's kind of hard to get out of that. I'm a car guy. So I know the Cadillac truck is $100,000, but when people see a black Cadillac truck, it just shows like prestige. It just shows, he could have had that. That wouldn't have been too bad. It is still a $100,000 truck, but it wouldn't have been that bad. Him having a Rolls Royce Cullinan is the equivalent. He could have had 5 Cadillac trucks. So just to show you how that go, he could have had one. He could have gave one to his deacon. If he could afford to have the Cullinan, then he could have had 4 other people could have had that truck. They could have used 4 other Cadillac trucks just to move his parishioners around when they have events to go to. If you're going to spend the money, spend it like that. Break it down. But that'd be insane anyway. $500,000 is a lot of money. He could have got a fleet of a whole other stuff, fixed the church up, paid a couple of rents. You know what, y'all? For Easter Sunday, I'm paying everybody rent. He could afford to do that. He could afford to do that. Yeah, he could have put vans. He don't need $500,000. You could get better than vans. You could get better than vans. You could get some old Cadillac trucks, maybe 5 years old. You can go get them for about $40,000. They not that, the old ones are not that expensive. He could have got and when I mean old, it's 2026. He could go get 2022, 2020 Cadillac black trucks, and he could have a whole fleet of them because they don't cost that much. They drop. They value drop a lot. They might be about $50,000, $60,000. He could have got 10 of them. But to have a Rolls Royce is insane. And the jewelry. We ain't counting $100,000 in jewelry twice. That's insane. Somebody said he was in jail. Let me know if y'all said he was in jail. Nigga could have brought mad Honda trucks in 2026. That's a lot of money, man. And he got robbed twice. So we talking about $700,000 in the truck and the jewelry that he got robbed for twice. That's a lot of money, but they say he in prison. He in prison again. What he in prison for? See, I ain't been keeping up with him. He got booked by the feds. Tasha K versus him took him up. Oh, Tasha K talked about him? Oh, okay. That's probably how I got in my algorithm because I was seeing a lot about him. I don't know much about him. I hate doing that. I don't like talking about stuff I don't know much about. I just seen the one thing, and then I clicked on his page, and then I seen him talking, and then I never went back into it, so I didn't know the history. Yeah, for fraud, good, they locked his ass up, man. That's crazy, stealing money from the church. Who was he stealing money from, the church, or did he have like a whole nother scheme going on? This is crazy, man. And you know why I say that? Because he's a religious leader, right? So we know because he ain't right with God, obviously the people in his church, the parishioners, they didn't have an eye of discernment. You can't have an eye of discernment if your pastor ain't right. Actually, you can. You can. He probably lost all those people a long time ago. You know what I mean? But the people who remained, they didn't have discernment. Because ain't no way you don't see through that brother. I don't even know him when I saw through it because that's excessive. That's excessive. PPP loans? Come on, man. I wouldn't have gave him $1. You'd have brought me in that church and I'd have took one look at that brother. And I ain't even saying like I'm so holier than thou when I got this super duper, discernment. Like, or I could just see it. Like, nigga, why would you, this your pastor? I know a street nigga when I see one. Hey, y'all, this ain't even Christian discernment. This is street discernment. I know a street nigga when I see one. I be like, yo, what's popping, bro? He'd be like, what's banging, boy? What's up? That's how he responded to me on the side, on the low. Come on, man. Yeah, come on. I know who he is. Great point. He ran scams. He ran a great one, man. And that's how I'm telling y'all, he was possessed with the spirit of pride. Because to not see that, And even that too, you would keep quiet. You know what I'm saying? Say you was whatever he was doing, he was just. I'm telling y'all, it'd be pride and ego. And I'm not saying pride like in the terms of he's acting prideful, right? Like I'm saying, I'm talking, right? So I'm saying, yeah, I'm talking. When I say he's being prideful, I'm not saying like how I'm saying, yeah, I'm talking. When I'm saying he was filled with pride, I mean the spirit of pride. It will blind you to the point where he didn't think he was doing nothing wrong. Now that he's in that cell, right? Now that he's in that cell, pride still gonna be attached to him a little bit. But now that he's not feeding the spirit of pride, it wears off a little bit. So now he's sitting in the cell and he like, damn, I knew better. What was I thinking? Why did I do that? Man, I didn't have to do that. Why did I do that? That was stupid. Not the car, just the car, but a lot of other stuff that he did that we didn't see. He did a whole bunch. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably how he got hot. Because them good sisters in there, Sister Jenkins and Sister Betty, however he got his church, because it probably was passed down to him from somebody. I don't know his story, but I'm just giving up a scenario. That's probably what happened to him. Sister Jenkins and them and Sister Betty and them that been into the word for 40, 50 years, they was like, boy, oh boy, Pastor so-and-so, he ain't been right since he took over the church. That boy ain't been right. I'm telling you, he ain't right. And they probably went and called somebody and said, listen, y'all need to look into this dude. Riding around in that what they call that thing, Betty? Yeah, that thing he got, yeah, one of them Rolls Royces. He ain't supposed to have been driving around in them $100,000 car. They don't even know it's $500,000. But even if it's $100,000, that whole big old $100,000 Rolls of the Royce, y'all need to check into him. Because it ain't been right since his daddy left. You know, God bless his soul. He ain't been right. They put the people right on him. And he just thinking he ain't doing nothing wrong, getting up there, asking for money, scamming on the side. And that's the stuff that we seen. That's the stuff that we seen. I'm telling you, he probably was in there messing with all them young girls in the church and everything. I don't know if he married or not. But if he was married, I don't even know what's worse. I'm about to say it's worse. But it probably is worse if he married. He probably better off not being married. At least she's not breaking his covenant and pulling in the spirit of adultery. He'll have other spirits, but not adultery, you know, because he ain't married. You know what I mean? But that's crazy. Please be careful what you talk about, say about him too, because he loves to sue folks saying wrong things about him. Oh, he's married? Wow. Wow. I can see him suing. Now you right. Thank you for the warning. Thank you for the warning. Thank you for the warning, Aubrey, for real. Thank you for the warning, because I can see him now. Because he's a schemer. He's going to be sitting in there. Come on, babe. If his wife's still with him. Babe, you see anybody? Yeah, it was this young guy up there. He talking about you, and he got the Cartiers on, and he was talking. He be like, oh, he out there getting all the money now? Yeah, babe, call the lawyer. He be right on me. I ain't even got no money. He going to clip my wings for I ain't say his name, though. I don't even know his name. So how you going to sue me? I don't know his name. I don't even know his name, y'all. I'm glad I don't even know his name. Don't even tell me his name. If y'all told me, I'm never gonna say it. You ain't gonna sue me. Take my little bit of coin. I'm trying to, come on now, robbing the people like that. See, I swear I didn't know he was in jail, but I knew he something was. It don't end right, especially when you're using the name of God. It ain't gonna end right for you, man. It ain't gonna end right for you, whether here or in heaven. Like then now y'all got me scared to say the other dude name. The Joel guy. Y'all know who I'm talking about? The white guy, Joel. Y'all can say it if y'all want to say it in the chat. Y'all can say his name in the white guy. And do y'all know when Katrina hit? You could see on some of these people, right? Everyone took a photo of this clown. Yeah, the guy down in his name rhymed with Rawstein. That guy. When they had the thing down in Katrina, they wanted to open up his church so the people could like use his church as a shelter, because he had all this space, right? Do you know it was the floods? Okay, thank you for correcting me. So I'll be mixed up. I don't pretend to know. If I don't know, I'm not gonna act like I know it. But from what I heard, that he said, I don't want them people in there tracking that flood water into my church. And he said no. He said no, man. He said no. Now, I don't try to be, you know, I try not to like I always try to put myself. This is what I do in life. Whenever something happened, and I find the spirit of anger creeping up after I pray and push the spirit of anger or jealousy or gossip out of me, then I try to figure out. I always look at how they feel. You always put yourself in the shoes of the other person, because when they asked Christ what was the most important what was uh the most important commandments, he said two: love the Father, love your God with all your heart, and to love your brother and to see him as yourself. So a part of seeing someone as yourself is when you get into an altercation with someone, or you hear something about someone, put yourself in there. Try. I say try, because people have different minds and different spirits. So do your best to put yourself in their shoes, especially when y'all having a falling out. And try to look at like how they see it. Even if you don't see it the way they see it, try to see how they see it. So I put myself in the shoes and I try to, like everybody I do. But when you try to put yourself in somebody's shoes and there's no way you can justify what they did, then you know that they're not acting from a human's point of view. I say that all the time. When you arguing with somebody and you saying 1 + 1 is 2, and they're trying to tell you 1 + 1 ain't 2, then you know you're no longer arguing with a human being. You're arguing with a spirit, whether it's pride, whether it's lies, whether it's deceit, whether it's envy, whatever it is, or all the other ones that are in these books of witchcraft. You're arguing with that. You're not arguing with a human being. So when someone does something like that, you can't say in your right state of mind, I don't care if the church was nice and he felt like he was going to have to redo the carpets. I don't care if he said they're non-believers. I could only imagine what he told his people, like why he didn't do it. And they said, yeah, Pastor, we agree with you. You can't fix that at all. You're giving shelter to other human beings. I don't care what their denomination was. The only way you could justify saying no if it's like you knew they was going, sacrifice children to this deity in there, something like that. Like if it was a cult or something like that, or like it was Epstein in them. Like if it was like Puffy and Epstein in them, they was like, yo, look, we need to use your church this weekend. It's instances where you could have been like no, but in something like a natural calamity and they need to use that space for citizens. No. How you think you're gonna make it into heaven? How do you think when it comes time for the day of judgment, how do you think you're gonna be able to explain that? How you gonna explain that? How? What's gonna be your excuse when you get to those gates and they say, brother, you did great. You was a preacher and teacher. You saved a lot of souls, brother. You did great. But why did you do that? We're gonna let you in, but just all we want to know is give us a good reason why and you ain't talking to humans now. You talking to entities and energies that know your heart. They know why you did it, but they just want to hear why you did it. When you hear what you say why you did, they want to hear your excuse. They're like, yo, listen, if Joel give a good excuse, we might let him in here. We know why, but let's just see if his excuse even sound like he can convince us, like he convinced them people down there who built that church from scratch. Let's see if he convinces us. How did you? What was the thing? I would like to know what he would say. Because you shouldn't care. To help is just a human thing to help. It's just a human thing. It's a human thing to help. They want what? Man, go right on ahead. I ain't even thinking about the carpet. We got the money to do. Y'all know he got the money to do it. Y'all know he got the money to do it. But even if you didn't, let's say we didn't. Let's say we got this huge old church that's big enough. You know what you supposed to been like? I'm trying not to say what people supposed to do, but me, let's just say me. Let's say I cheated on my taxes or I did something wrong that week, and then they come to me and say, Brother Soul, we need your church because we need to hold 5,000 people. We need to use it for a homeless shelter. You might not be able to use it. They probably gonna tear it down, but we need it. I'm be like, oh, God gave me a way gave me forgiveness. I can reverse the karma. I know I just cheated on my taxes. Thank you, God. Thank you for giving me something to reverse this karma. Thank you for giving me another check when I'm up in front of them gates. Because when they ask me, brother, why did you do it? Man, I probably didn't want to do it. I couldn't see myself not wanting to do it, but just hypothetically. I probably didn't want to do it, but you know what? I knew they needed it. And I knew I would get some points up in here. And you know what? Even if I didn't want to do it, I would be honest and say that because I know they know. So I would tell them what they already know. I ain't really want to do it, but I knew y'all was going to feel good about it. So I went and did it. Horrible, but it's better than a no. How you going to say no? And if y'all was if it was my church and y'all was in my church, I wouldn't, if let's say I didn't want to do it, I would not know how to not do it. But I just say if I didn't, I'll be thinking about y'all like, man, I can't say no. And you know what I'm saying? How I'm gonna say no? I know Coach Mia gonna be like, well, how you do it? I know Marlena, I know Carla, they're gonna be like, well, Pastor Soul, how did you not let, I know what y'all gonna say. So how I'm gonna not tell, I'm like, I can't let these pride and ego, they don't even, then I'm telling you, a human is not even in control. Impossibly, man. There's no human in control there, man. Pride, ego is what's in control. And they can get up there every day and preach the word. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say with conviction to it seem like it's conviction because that be the spirit. I'm going to tell y'all a story, right? They asked what you want to be in a life. He said, a good and honest man. That's actually good thinking. Sometimes they don't even give bread with the barbecue meat. I'm missing the comments, y'all. My bad. I promise after this one, I'm going to read some more of the comments because I'm just going off. Sometimes, oh man, my screen is down. Hold on. Let me try to fix this. All right, here we go. I'm going to give y'all a story because I want y'all to see these preachers and pastors. Because when I was told this, it made me look at a lot of preachers and pastors in a different light. My father got 120 years for stealing. I can't wait until he comes home. Man, pray he come home, man. I pray that brother come home. Pray that he change as well. You know what I'm saying? Pray that he change. But let me give y'all a story. And this is how I gain some overstanding when it comes to these certain people in power. When I was in prison, right? I was in prison back in 2014. And there was a brother in there, this little brother. And he's from upstate New York. His name is Emmanuel. He was from Albany, New York. He's from Albany and Troy area. If anybody know him, I would like for y'all to put me in contact with him because I would like to know what happened with brother Emmanuel Davis, right? When I was with him, we was in this jail. This jail was for young people. I was too old to be there. I was like 35 at the time. I was just the age where they don't send you, but I happened to go there, right? So like 90% of this jail is guys who are between the age of 18 and 30. I was 35, but I'm an old 35. Like, I was, if that makes any sense, I was an old 35. So there was this kid there that nobody dealt with. We was in a unit together. There's about 70 people in the unit. So there was this kid. I always see him speeding around with books and stuff like that. Nobody talked to him. He'd be on his bed reading books. I was old. So if there's 60 guys in the unit, there's probably only about 5 guys my age in the unit. And the 5 guys my age were either gangbanging or drug addicts. So like that brother, I stuck to myself. But I would always see him with books. He would go back and forth to the church, and that's what caught my eye about him. So one day, he had these books, and something told me to ask him because I'm like, if nobody talks to him, he don't talk to nobody. I'm sure he reads the type of stuff I read. I just knew that. I understand people enough to know whatever he reads is not what they into because nobody talks to him. Because if he had certain type of books, they would be talking to him because everybody read all the hood novels, all the gangster shoot 'em up, bang bang books, hip hop books. That's what they all read. So the fact that he had all these books and I never see nobody ask him for books, I just knew he had some good books. So one day he's on one of his little journeys. I say, "Hey, brother," and he pulls up on me, and sure enough, right in his hand. If he had 5 books, he had 4 books I wanted to read. So we ended up, getting a relationship. He was a Christian. This brother knew, and I'm going to tell y'all, I was 35, so he was about 24. He was young. He's about 24. So this brother knew the Bible, and I wasn't born and raised in the church. I've been in and out of churches from my father's side of the family, My grandmother didn't go to church. She played gospel music every Sunday, and she said Jesus' name 5 times. And whenever you upset her, she said Jesus. She'd say, Jesus, Lord, take me away from these badass kids, or Lord Jesus, strike me right now and get me away from these goddamn kids. But, you know, one of those. But she was of a child of God. She was a beautiful, beautiful woman, right? So I wasn't raised in the church. But, and my years in and out of prison, for those who are new here, my 18 years, did 18 years in prison. So for my 18 years in and out of prison, I come across some biblical scholars, right? I've been in and out of churches as I begin to learn the Bible, and I feel I know the Bible fairly well. This dude was about 22, 23, young kid. He wasn't 25, whatever age he was. This kid knew the Bible like the back of his hand, y'all. The back of his hand. I don't care what scripture I said. I don't know how. I do know how, but at the time, let me go. Now, this is after my spiritual awakening. So he just knew. I'm talking about word for word. He knew the Bible. Not only did he know the Bible, he knew about 5 different languages. Not only did he know about 5 different languages in the Bible, I was reading a whole bunch of different books on spirituality, like, you know, the Nag Hammadi, books on demons and angels, books, Bible concordances on angels, book, just you name it. I've been a student of life. This kid was as sharp as a tack. I never met nobody younger than me that was this sharp. Impeccable. So I took a liking to him, and he a Christian. So every day he's sitting by my bed, we studying. Now I got somebody I could talk to because I don't talk to nobody. He don't talk to nobody. So, and my name, everybody called me Bucks, and I found it hilarious. He would say, Brother Bucks. He was like, yeah, Brother Bucks. Yes, Brother Bucks. He was very polite, real kind, real gentle, little dude, right? Little dude, like 5 feet, 5'2" or 3", little dude, skinny dude, right? Long story short, we developed this relationship. So as we're talking, this is when everything shifted and came out. I learned a lot, and he's one of the most influential people I met in my life. I was 35 at that time. I'm 47 now. In my 47 years, and I met famous people, famous rappers, killers, actors. I done met some characters, y'all. This young man is probably in my top 5 of most extraordinary people I've ever met. So I'm just giving y'all history. So as we spoke for about, let's say probably about a month but it's in prison, y'all. So you got to remember, imagine being stuck in your gymnasium with 60 people 24/7, 7 days a week. So even though it been a month, it was longer than a month because you actually get to know somebody because you're around them all the time. You're forced to be here. It's like being stuck at work. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, after about hanging around them for about a month, one day we're in my cubicle, and now let me backtrack. The time when I called him over, I was praying and meditating every day. I was going through those phases. I was in and out. Then you got to remember, I didn't pray and meditate all the time. It's hard in prison. There's a lot of misery there. There's a lot of spirit of misery, death. It's bad in there, brother. Y'all gotta. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? A lot of people in there are vibrating super low. So the energy in there is strong. The anger is in there is strong. It's strong, y'all. So around the time when I called him over, I was fasting, praying, meditating. Actually, when he brought the book, I was fasting, and he told me he was fasting. But I didn't admit to him that I was fasting because, you know, in the Bible it says sometimes when you fasting, don't look like you fasting. Don't blow a trumpet. Don't stand on the mountaintop and blow a trumpet, right? So that means to me, like, don't tell people you fasting when you fasting because you do lose a little energy. Because as a man, as you trying to conquer this flesh in your fast, if you say I'm fasting, a lot of people like to seem like they're doing something special. Yeah, I'm on a fast. I ain't ate in 5 days. You weaken it because you sometimes we come from a space of pride and ego by even telling somebody we're fasting. Like, hey, look what I'm doing. Just do it. Let that be between you and the Creator. So when he told me he was fasting, in my mind, I'm like, I'm fasting too, but I didn't tell him though, right? So I'm fasting and praying. Check this out. I'm going to show you how all this correlates. So we talking for about a month now, and then leading up to what I'm about to tell y'all, I didn't pray and fast I wasn't praying or I hadn't prayed in probably like a couple weeks. And during that time, my wife, my real wife, she was on the streets and she was in a relationship. So that started tugging at my spirit. You know what I'm saying? It was tugging at my spirit bad. So I don't tell him none of this. So while all this is going on, we doing our normal studies that we doing or whatever. And he had his whole demeanor changed. And I was like, you all right? I thought he wasn't gathering what I was saying as far as whatever it was we was reading. I can't remember what we was reading. We wasn't reading the Bible. We was reading something knowledgeable. And I was like, you all right? And he just got up. And one of the kids, I can't remember his name, but everybody calls everybody by nicknames. The CO might call your last name 1,000 times, but none of us did call each other's last name. It's a jail thing. Like, I don't want to act like I know your last name, because if somebody snitch on you, I could always say, bro, I don't know your last name. It's like a jail thing. Nobody calls each other by their first or last name unless you introduce yourself as, that, right? So he calls this kid, let's say his name was Shooter. You know the names these young people got. He don't call him Shooter though. He says Jeremy. So the kid turns around and he goes, your aunt Josephine, she's in the hospital. He's like, yeah. He's like, she's gonna be okay. So he was like, how do you know that? And then he starts telling them. Not how he knows it. He starts telling them more stuff. Yeah, she's been in the hospital with, I think she's, I could see as he's pulling these things. So he started telling them this. So as he telling this, as a kid standing there, that he caught the attention of that kid, right? So the other kid is listening to what he's saying. So he was like, yo, the other kid made it say something like, yo, that's crazy. Or how he know that? And when he said it, he turned to that kid and said, Michael. Wow, your uncle, boom, 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 boom. And he started telling this kid about himself. So now there's a crowd around, right? And I'm sitting there. Now, backstory, I'm not, y'all might be like, wow, I'm not impressed. I'm from the South Bronx, right? I grew up around voodoo practitioners. I grew up around this type of stuff. You know what I mean? I grew up around Haitians, Dominicans, Jamaicans. You know what I mean? Like I told people in this chat, I had a friend who was a Dominican. When we come in this house, we might have just broke the window. Soon we come in the house, his grandmother be like, boy, y'all just broke that window. She could prophesize. So because I've been around this, one of my best friends, I'll get into that story about them. One of my best friends, this Puerto Rican kid, his uncle was a high priestess in voodoo, right? And I learned a lot from them. And I'm talking about when I'm 8 years old. So all the spiritual stuff it's been in my life. I've been able to see things and not see spiritually back then. I'm saying God or the universe was preparing me for my purpose, right? So had I not known of this, had I not had my spiritual awakening in 2012, because this is about 2014, if this would have happened before my spiritual awakening, then I would have worshiped him. I would have thought he was something special. So now when he's doing this, my spiritual guard is already up. I'm already saying Christ's name in my heart. I'm already saying it over and over and over and over and over again. I'm already putting my force field shield of protection up. Because what I'm going to tell you, I'm going to get back into it. But the only reason why he was able to do this because I wasn't praying and meditating. The only reason why he was able to do this because I wasn't praying and meditating. I was weak in my spirit. So the entity or his ancestor or whoever was giving him his information, it was able to seep back in because I wasn't vibrating high. And I'll go into how many times somebody couldn't do what they do or contact whoever they was contacted when I was vibrating high. So he started doing that and I'm just sitting there. He thought he impressed me. So, oh no. All right. So he's doing it. There's a crowd around. He started doing this before they called him to go to the church. He played like 10 different instruments too. He played a whole bunch of instruments. So while he's doing this, they call him for church. But he knew all this already. He knew that they was about to call him. So he opened up this big old door now. Everybody's surrounding him, listening to him prophesy. Nobody ever spoke to him because he looked funny. He walked hunched over. He was skinny. He barely took showers. Like nobody talked to him. So they calls his name. He grabs his stuff and he leaves. Soon as he left, y'all, I go right to it. I sweep my area. I make some healing waters. I program this water with love and light. I wash my whole little cubicle down. I get to praying and meditating, boom, 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 boom. Guess what, y'all? He comes back. He don't come over to me for like 3 days. It was exactly 3 days. And any of y'all who know my life, y'all know the spirit is 3. That's why Christ was at 3 o'clock, 3 of them on the thing, 3 days to rise, 3 days to risen. 3 is a very spiritual day, right? So he don't come around for 3 days, but I'm going at it now. I knew I didn't pray. I knew I didn't meditate. I knew I didn't do what I was supposed to do for those few days because my wife was going through what she was going through and it was pulling at my spirit. So instantly I go back into my fast. I go back into my meditations. I go back into my mantras. I go back into it hard. So in a couple of days, he comes over. So he was like, hey, Brother Bucks. He sit down, I was like, what's up, brother? I'm saying my mantra in my head. As he talking, I'm listening, but I'm still saying my mantra in my head. I know this is the only thing I got. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to let them put no spell on me. I'm not, all access is denied. Now, I know this already, y'all. Listen to what I'm saying. I know all access is denied. I already know because I've been through this already on Rikers Island before I got here. I've been through this. I wasn't going through it on the streets, but I've been through it on Rikers Island. I did go through it on the streets, but not dealing with a person, if that makes any sense. I'll get into all of that one day. So I'm saying my mom, he was like, Brother Bucks, do you want me to tell you whatever you I forgot what he wanted, but he basically said you want me to prophesize over you. I said, try, but you can't. You can't prophesize, and I start going in. You can't. Try. I said, come on, tell me something. Come on, tell me something you learned right now. Not what you seen when I wasn't praying and meditating, because I'm sure you seen something. But tell me right now. Tell me right now what I'm thinking. Tell me right now. He was like, no, Brother Bucks, this and that. Ooh. I was like, yo. He was like, you know, Jesus. I said, bro, cut the shit, man. Cut the shit. And then he broke down and he ended up telling me that he never said demons. What he ended up telling me was, well, my mans in them be telling me stuff. And he said, yeah, a lot of your I left this part out. He used to get stacks of mail too, y'all. He had all these Christian people that was sending him mail. He met Mahalia, is her name, not Mahalia Jackson. I forgot the short lady. I forgot her name, the short lady. She's a preacher and she sings. She's older. She's like in her 90s now. I think it is Mahalia, right? No, that's not. Mahalia's the chubby black lady that looked like my grandmother. Not Mahalia Jackson. What's the other lady name? She's still around. She got the raspy voice. The short lady. He got pictures with her. He's known in the Christian sects, right? So I told him straight, I said, listen, I'm not impressed by the voodoo stuff. I'm not impressed by you reading the future. I'm not impressed. I understand you have a spirit. They could tell you. Shirley Caesar, thank you. Thank you, Joyful. Shirley Caesar. There, y'all. Shirley Caesar, thank you, y'all. That's her. He got pictures with Shirley Caesar and all that, this young boy. So I said, listen, I'm not impressed by none of that. Like, I know where you getting your information from, you know, whatever the case may be. And then as I still continue to speak to him, because I wanted to get a full understanding of how he was able to read the Bible and still do the things that he was doing. How was these things even possible, right? So I ended up speaking. I continued to speak to him. And what he ended up telling me blew my mind. He said, Brother Bucks, the pastors who get the most money, who have the most people, are people who have spirits giving them discernment. I knew that though, because the brothers who gave me my spiritual awakening already told me that. But he admitted this to me. And he told me, he said, listen, when you see those pastors and they get to speaking in tongues and dancing and prophesying, he said, they can't say the name of Jesus. He said, every time I say the name of Jesus, it resets me. I said, I know what he meant, but I was like, what do you mean by that? He was like, I can't say what I'm saying and say the name of Jesus, because when I say the name of Jesus, it's going to stop. He said, so they'll say the name of Jesus when they're done prophesizing. He said, but if you pay attention, I got out and I ended up doing it what he said. He said, they'll start prophesizing and they'll be like, Lord Jesus, blah, 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 blah. He said, they'll start saying stuff like that. He said, but they won't say Jesus. He said, they won't say it. He said they won't say Jesus Christ. He said you think they're saying it because they'll say Lord, 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 and they'll say Jesus. Blah, 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 blah. And as I watched, I begin to see some of them do that. He put me on to that. And he could prophesize. He knew the word. He didn't tell me this, but that was how else was he able to know the word for word for word for word for word, every single word? I'm telling you, y'all. I've never met nobody. Like, I knew people who could, like, even me, I could say certain scriptures and I know where's it at and I know mostly what it says. I'm talking about I'll go to something and he's standing over there and he's reading, he's saying the scripture word for word. There was not one that I seen him trip on. I'm telling y'all this. He never said that the entity was talking and making him do it. He never said that. But as he admitted that he get his prophecy from them, I knew that they was doing that too. Because when you watch the movie The Devil's Advocate, remember what the mother said? The devil knows the Bible too. Remember when she met the guy? If y'all remember The Devil Advocate, put it in the chat. Remember the Al Pacino? Remember Al Pacino, when he met his mother, she was a Christian. She fell in love with Al Pacino because Al Pacino knew the Bible front to back. Remember? And he ended up being the devil. So he knew the word front to back. He knew the word. That's how his mother fell in love with him, because she was a Christian and she was in the word. And he came and he tricked her because he knew the word as well. So this is why this nigga knew the word front to back. This is why he knew the word front to back. I'm going to take it a step further and say this is why he knew 7 different languages. Because when they get into Dr. Malachi York, one of the main things the Nuwabians say is, oh, he knows this many languages. It's common for demons, when demons are in control, demons know all languages. So a commonality is somebody who could quote the scripture back to back, prophesize, and they know multiple languages. So when people talk about, Dr. Malachi York, how he knew all these different languages, but then he got in trouble for doing all these things with these little children, and then you look in Dr. Malachi York's eyes, and I idolize him as a master teacher because he does know a lot. But those are entities, y'all. We not just down here with humans. Sometimes we entertain angels in the form of humans, right? So I say all that to say, when you watch some of these pastors with this power and they prophesizing and people falling out and all of that, don't think just because they up in that church and they saying and they got the Bible in their hands that they not doing what they doing. Because they got people who are into Santeria who will use Psalms 91. They'll give them Psalms 91, reading Psalms 91 every day for the next week as they're doing their prayer of protection, and Ephah. They'll do it. You know what I'm saying? So don't be deceived and think because somebody's knowledgeable that they're of right knowledge or they're connected to the all in all most high. Sometimes you entertain angels and don't even know it, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So always be vigilant. You know what I'm saying? And ask for discernment. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, that Psalm 91 is a psalm for protection. So they'll give these the voodoo priest will give it to his parishioner and tell him, like, do Psalms 91. And people are like, well, how could they use this? Because this Bible is a lot more than y'all be thinking, man. Because if they can't say the name of Christ, and I'm not saying this because I use Christ or Christ is my force field shield of protection, or that's the name I use to send demons and spirits running. I'm not saying that about him to vindicate or to justify what my belief is. I'm just telling you what he said. That's it. When I read those books on black magic and I'm watching and I read the Lesser Keys of Solomon and the Greater Keys of Solomon and I read Aleister Crowley and I read these different practitioners, I've read them say, like, I seen a practitioner say, well, I'll wear a cross on my neck and I put the cross backwards and the cross, the chain will be here and the cross will be hanging on my back. And as I'm in my circle, when they make the circle pentagram and they stand in the circle is supposed to keep the entity, is supposed to only manifest in or out of the circle. Sometimes it's in, sometimes it's out. So sometimes they manifest in and then the practitioner could step out and leave the entity in, or sometimes he could be in and the entity will be out and can't come in and out. But I've read one of them say, like, I'll have the cross on into the back of my neck. And he says, I always did this So as I'm talking to the entity, if another entity snuck in, it wouldn't be able to get into me from my back. Because they got this thing with front and back with entities too, y'all. And that's why when I was a kid, whenever I would not sleep, I had a bad habit. I probably just broke out of it in my late 20s. I would always sleep with my back to the wall. My wife would tell you our bed wouldn't be in the middle of the floor. Our bed would only be pushed up against the wall, and I would sleep on the wall. You know how they say men is supposed to be the first at the door to if the door wasn't where the wall was, I always slept with because I used to feel stuff going in and out of my back. I couldn't understand it as a kid. I would just wake up and you know the feeling of falling? It would feel like how your body feel when you're on a roller coaster. I would feel like that and I would wake up and I would literally feel those entities running in and out of my back and it coming in and out of my body. I was in the Bronx, so people over there was dealing with all kinds of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I've seen them say, I put the cross on because I know that spirit won't be able to enter my back. As he's a practitioner of, I ain't talking about regular shit. I'm talking about people who said they had to manifest the entity that was in their face, physically there, standing in front of them. If you ever saw Charmed, that's what the television show Charm. What you see in Charm, I'm reading people who say they did that. A person was standing in front of them and that they summons. And that person is saying, I'll have a cross on and have it backwards so one of them couldn't sneak me from behind. So even a practitioner in these deep dark magic is saying, I use Christ as a protection. So I don't be coming at y'all or try to come at y'all with all this super duper Christianity stuff because I know a lot of it ain't real right because of how could they use Psalms? How could a preacher even hold a Bible and he got a spirit upon him as he's doing these things? Is because these things are highly vibrational spiritual things and we get them and we're taught these things without power, if that makes any sense. When the power is your wholeheartedly believe in Christ, not as your God or super duper, as you, who you are, to be just like him. And let's say he never existed. Let's say he's fake, right? To be like that. Be like, let's say he's a fictional, right? When I say Superman, y'all all say, yo, if you had the powers like Superman, would you want powers like Superman? Everybody say, hell yeah, Superman never existed. But you know who Superman is and you know what his powers was. So actually, Superman is actually real. Metropolis is actually real. Kryptonite is real because we all know what Metropolis is, what Kryptonite is, and we all know what Superman can do, right? So Christ has to be your Superman. Act like that. That's all I'm saying. It could have never been a true story, but because it's in our consciousness, because it's in our soul DNA, because we're here, if we operate and vibrate like the one we know to be Christ, we straight like that. I'm telling you, because I've done it. So little things like that has happened my whole life, y'all. Just meeting that dude, the young kid that I'm telling you about, not that particular instant, but instances where people have been coming around me with magic and powers and stuff like that my whole life, trying to call me into it my whole life. When I was out there running around shooting up the neighborhood and stuff like that, I had Haitian friends. They'd be like, yo, my godmother want to meet you. I know she's the voodoo practitioner. I know she's the one who, covers the neighborhood. I know she's the one people pay for protection. They always come to see me. And man, my godmother want to meet you. She said that she want to meet you. She wants you to come to her. I would never come. Or somebody, I was on a run one time and one of my aunt's friends came to me with this black, like marble type of ring. It was like, here, put this, I love you. Put this ring on you. You'll never go to jail. I'm like, nah, I don't want it. I'm telling you, you're on the run. I'm telling you, put it on. You'll never go to jail. All of these things that happened when I wasn't spiritual. I was still in the streets, gang banging and doing what I was doing. But they always been calling for me. It's always been calling for me. Always, y'all. Always. And I didn't know Christ. I didn't know the Bible. I didn't know even what they was on. I knew about it from experiencing it. So after I took time and I went and read about Ifa. I went and read about Yoruba. I went and read about Santeria. I went and read about voodoo. I went and read about Kabbalah magic. I went and read about Chaldean magic. I went and read about Enochian magic. I did, y'all. I'm not playing. I have. So when people jump in this chat and attack Christ on whatever they're going to attack Christ for, whatever they gonna say against it, I know what you're gonna say because I read what you read. I just didn't state it, if that makes any sense. if that makes any sense. Whatever they gonna come say to attack Christ, I've been there. I just didn't stay there. What I mean by that, some people will read stuff, it'll resonate with their spirit because they might be from that. Their ancestors might. You got to remember in Deuteronomy when we was kicked out of Africa or Jerusalem or the fourth dimension, wherever we came from, because everybody got their own, overstandings or understandings of what these particular things mean. But whatever we was spread throughout the diaspora for, it was because of those things. So some of the people who are upon that, who believe that those are their ancestors and that's their form of protection, it actually is. Because that's the spirit they're from. It actually is. Everybody ain't a child of Israel. And I don't mean a child of Israel as the Hebrew Israelites with the purple on and saying everybody going to hell and all of that. I ain't saying in religious aspects. I'm saying as a soul group, as a monad, the good and righteous people of this original planet. The good and righteous souls of this original planet. Every now and again, we get a being that comes down here and shows us how to live. Forget the words. Forget the words. I'm not saying totally forget the words, because when you get to overstand it, then you get to overstand it. When you have discernment and right knowledge, because everybody have discernment. Don't get me wrong, y'all. There's some Christians who interpret the stories wrong. Right? They interpret the stories wrong. But if they believe that they're worshiping the God of David, sometimes the God of David will give them discernment. Sometimes the God of David will give them discernment. But the God of David ain't the God of Yahshua Yahweh, Jesus the Christ. They ain't the same God. But they're taught that. And I don't want to offend none of my Christians, because I still love you. We love each other. Don't even trip. I'm just saying it's not the same God, though. It's not. And that's where people... This is where the churches separate and all of that, when we all still brothers. All of us. The Israelites, the Muslims, the Christians, the Jews, walk in light and walk in righteousness. Walk in light and walk in righteousness. If you feeding something and you sacrificing something and you got to give something food or drink or libation, I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, because I'm not going to go into that whole, the white man tricked us and all of that. What if I told you, whatever you give in a bowl of rice to, or the bowl of water to, or whatever you got an altar to, what if I tell you whatever you asking that for, if you start to fast, if you start to meditate, if you start to pray, you don't gotta say, I say Christ in some of my prayers, and some of my meditations. I do, for protection. But even if you alleviated that, if you say the all in all, if you say the Most High Creator, let your intermediary, if it's not gonna be Christ, if you got to give it something, then be careful, because something you have to give something to get something from, that's a human. Listen to what I'm saying. That's a human attribute. So if your deity or energy that helps you out has a human attribute, guess what it's going to have? Human emotions. The minute you don't feed it, it's going to get mad. It get jealous about people you got around you. It's going to get jealous of your children. It's going to get jealous of this. It's going to get jealous of that. And when things happen in bad, you run to it to fix it, not knowing that most of the times it's going to be that. And if you got one of them, let's say I pray to, I don't want to say names because people going to get offended, but let's say you pray to this one. And this one like this color, this food, this, that. So you doing it for this one. What about the other ones? Then you got the other ones who be like, well, shit, I want some help too. This one might cause problems. They all together. You choosing one. You think you could choose a God if you believe in the pantheon? You think you could choose a God and the other ones won't get jealous of you? And then you have stories of them getting jealous? Let's just use Greek mythology, because I know nobody in here worship Greek mythology. You think if you venerating Zeus, you think Hera, who's jealous of all the children, all the girls that Zeus got, you think she ain't gonna be jealous? She might be causing problems because you worshiping Zeus. Oh, she thinks she gonna be worshiping my man? I'm gonna send a problem down there. I'm just saying, y'all. We are powerful. We don't need beads. We don't need books. We don't need nothing. All we need is to sit down, pray, and meditate to our higher power. We'll manifest anything we want. Anything we need, I should say. Anything we need, we'll be able to manifest it continuously, overflowingly. And I don't care how powerful, they could summon some shit It's tall as a New York City building with fire breathing out of his mouth. It has no authority, access denied, because you're more connected to the entity and energy that gives the fire in its breath power, that gave it power to be manifested. You're connected to the energy that even made it possible for that to even happen. So that energy is not going to allow it to blow fire down on you. It's not. That's just not how it works in the spiritual realm. I'm telling you. So when people, want to attack me or attack what I'm saying, I don't go back and forth with religious ideologies, because yes, a devout Muslim, Christian, or Jew, if they're doing what they're doing, witchcraft won't work against them. If they're doing what they're doing, it won't. We all know that, and that's true. Even those practitioners know that. I'm telling you, I don't care what kind of magic they practice. They all, if they really know their stuff, if a person is a devout Muslim, Christian, or Jew, there's nothing they can do. Access denied on a spiritual realm. When that entity go to say, yo, I'm about to do something, no, you cannot. Leave him alone. I know his words ain't right. I know he got the wrong book. I know he said the wrong name, but that person wholeheartedly is living righteousness. Access denied. Get out of here. They know that. So they could say, yo, your religion is fake. Your religion is fake. But deep down inside, they know if you really believe it, they can't do nothing to you. All of them know that. That's your power. That's your power. And they can put a spell on somebody. They can get cars and love spells. All that shit work on non-believers of whatever belief it is. It does. So they have their little power. But imagine how insecure they are knowing that you might not be reading the right shit, knowing you might not say the right name, but they still can't do nothing with you. So let them talk. Let them talk. Let them talk. Yeah, subscribe, y'all. Subscribe. Please subscribe. Let them talk. And then we have the good, Muslim, Christians, and Jews who, because they're taught their doctrine, because they're indoctrinated and they have dogma, they're going to say, brother, you're using the name of Jesus, but you need to come on in this church and come get this word. And they want to give you dogma and doctrine. Right? But even with their dogma and doctrine, they're in a church, and right next to the church, somebody's doing witchcraft. Why? Because the spiritual leader and what they're not vibrating high enough. And I know they're not vibrating high enough because, like the brother that I was in prison with, the guy that I told you about, who admitted all of this to me and showed me witchcraft hand in hand with the Bible, that's the first time I saw that. When he showed me that, you know what else he taught me? Because I learned this before when I had my spiritual awakening. I realized he was only able to prophesize in front of them because I wasn't praying and meditating. He didn't admit that to me. Now I could either rewind or fast forward to before or after him, where I told people who've been here before, when I was living uptown in the Bronx and there was a bunch of Jamaicans and Haitians up there and they was practicing their witchcraft. On several occasions, I had them come knock at my door and ask me, please, respectfully, to leave their building. I'm messing up their money. I had a Jamaican lady tell me that. And I'm like, excuse me? She says, listen, you're fucking up my money. Can you please leave out my building? She ain't say I'm going to put a spell on you because she knows she can't. And I know she know that I know she can't. So she was just honest. She was at a point where she was like, damn, I can't put a spell to get him out of here. So I'm just going to keep it real. She came right, knocked on my door. And Christians, and I'm not attacking my Christian, I'm not attacking nobody with religion. If I will have to stand in the day of judgment and say to the Most High, all in all Creator, that I stood in front of y'all, 336 people, and lied if I'm lying. She said, you have to leave. I cannot do what I'm doing while you're here. And while you were gone, I was told when you were going for those weekends, because I was back and forth to PA. So I had went to PA and I was going for like a week and some change. So when I came back, she probably was like, oh, he must be back. And I was. And she said, while you was going, I was told that I can't do what I'm doing while you're here doing what you're doing. That's the first time. It happened twice in 2012 once I had my spiritual awakening. Then I went to Rikers Island before I met the young kid. And people didn't say it to me, but they would leave. When you see the voodoo beads, when you see those beads, they'll come in with those beads and they will leave. Or I'll be in a unit and I'll be hearing, because the God and the universe, the all in all, is going to constantly lead you and give you symbols. So it's like I'm on Rikers Island. I hear somebody, yo, there's a tarot card guy up in full upper. He's telling people future. Yo, there's a guy up there. He's telling people. So I used to hear it in the building. And in Rikers Island, every 90 days they move you around from unit to unit because they don't want nobody to control the unit, right? And I'll get moved to the unit, and let's say the guy name was Jackson. So people be like, yo, not Jack, but Timmy. They be like, yeah, Timmy. So I move into a new unit, and then while I'm in the unit, there's a guy like, I don't want to be here no more. I don't want to live here. I got to get out of here. And I'm moving my stuff, and then everybody like, Timmy, man, why you leaving? Yo, why you leaving, Timmy? Why? Man, I don't want to be in this unit no more. Yo, why? What happened? Everybody shot like, why he want to leave? I already know why he want to leave. I'm telling you, I can't make this stuff up. I know why he want to leave, because we can't coexist. Soon as I start fasting, praying, meditating, putting a force field shield of protection down and around me, so he already got a 36 by 36 orb of love and light for me. And then as I start praying for the other brothers in the unit, that's jumping off on them. So that entity don't have the access, is denied. If there's another Christian brother praying, then we got a Muslim over here making salat. So on top of the Muslim making the salat, on top of the Christian who's praying, and me doing what I'm doing, I'm heightening what they're doing, so the entity can't come and speak to him. He can't prophesize no more. He don't want to be here. He don't want to be here. I'm telling you. This has happened over and over and over and over and over and over again. I'm telling you. So you have power if you're praying, if you're meditating, and if you're constantly, this is the most important thing that I don't really hear a lot of religious people, whatever it is, I'm saying religious. I don't hear a lot of religious people say this, and I think this is the difference why they can't function and operate. Because a lot of people don't ask for prayers of protection over the people that's around them. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people don't speak protection in prayer. A lot of prayers is, a prayer is, I'm saying prayer for lack of a better term. I'm saying prayer but it's not really prayer. It's really a meditation. Because I visualize these force field shields of protection. I visualize it. If you see it in your mind's eye, then it's actually happening. If you believe it in your mind's eye, it's actually happening. And when you do stuff like that for other people, it makes your prayers and meditations more powerful, because you're not just doing it for you. You're not being selfish in what you're doing. And the reason I'm saying prayer, and I'm highlighting the word prayer, how it's not really a prayer, because I don't be asking for nothing but protection. Or when I do ask, I have to ask for you. When I'm saying for myself, I ain't asking. I'm saying when it comes to the other unit, and I ask the all in all, most high creator of all there is, was, and ever will be, to fill this unit with love, light, and healing. That you touch the spirit of these brothers and fill them overflowing with Christ's love, light, healing, and protection energies. I ask, oh Mother, Father, most high creator, and I start going in about them. Because I understand that if I don't, my attack is going to come through them. Right? They already don't want me to get on the phone. They already don't want me in their unit. They already trying to see if I'm an op. They already want to do acts of violence and danger to prove to the other demons and spirits that's in this unit that they're tough. So I have to do it, not just from protection. I just got to clean it up in here because I know what's going on in here. Spiritually. You understand what I'm saying? Spiritually. I have to clean it up. And when you do that, you vibrating so high that all access is denied. And whether the Muslim brother and the Christian brother, whether they know it or not, you're actually working in cohesion. And I'm going to tell you how I know we're working in cohesion because sometimes the universe, the creator, and angels will use people to speak to you. There's been times when the brother don't know what I'm doing, but I'll be ready to leave, and the Muslim brother be like, man, damn, bro, it's going to be hard in here without you, man. Like, now I got to carry the spiritual weight by myself. He don't even know what I'm doing. He don't know what I do. He don't know what my prayers and meditations is about. He don't even know, but he does know. I've had that happen on numerous occasions. And I'm going to tell you what else always used to happen when I go to these units. There's always one. Besides me, there's always one super spiritual other brother in that unit. There's always one. And what ended up happening was, I wish I could find Bless, man. I wish I could find Bless. Jamal Brown from Brooklyn. If anybody knows Jamal Brown from Brooklyn, man, my brother Bless. When I found this brother, we ended up, not coincidentally enough, for like my last almost year, we stayed in the same. They'll move because they always move you. They don't want nobody getting familiar on the island. And for the once I met him, if I would move first, he would come to the unit I was coming to. If I moved first, he would come to the unit I was coming to. Because now, once we started to see that it kept happening, you know what would have happened now that I got him? And this is what makes the church, when it's God in there, or what makes a unit or a cohesive, a collective consciousness of brothers. This is what the disciples was about. This is what the Israelites is about. It's a vibration. It's a spirit, right? A spirit of the Most High, love and light. This is love and light. The original souls of this planet. We are like Mother Earth. We're given, but we could be wrathful when it comes to clean some stuff up. So because me and him was in agreement, you know what start happening, y'all? Now that we know what's going on, me and him, when a brother come in, they be like, oh, Terror done cut somebody in 4 main. He done cut somebody in 3 upper. And they be like, oh, man, the COs is like, who they sending down here? Oh, Terror? Oh, Terror's on his way, y'all. And now all the homies, oh, Terror about to come. They all happy. He's about to feed they little demons that they feeding. And me and brothers, we don't say nothing. We don't do nothing. Terror will get there and be like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I'm telling you. One time, I wish Bless was here. I'm going to tell you how crazy it is. One time, let's just say the brother name is Terror. Me and Bless is in the cell. It's me, an empty cell, then Bless. One time, they brought a brother in, voodoo beads on his neck. He talking to himself as he's walking down the unit. We all locked in. We was on lockdown. And he came for whatever he came from. I don't know where he came from. I don't know why he was there. And I'm in one cell. It's an empty cell. Bless is on the other end. So as the brother walking down the tier, I'm on the gate. I see him walking through. I see the voodoo beads. I see him talking to himself. The CO just told him, yo, you in cell 215. And he walking down the tier talking to himself. I see the voodoo beads on his neck. And I'm not going against everybody with E5 and all of that. I know everybody not with darkness. I'm just using it for an example. I'm just saying what I see, what be the signs, what I pay attention to. Because when I was gangbanging, if you had just a certain color on or certain things to the left side, I said, all right, I know he a Crip, or he a Latin King, or he a Hound, or I used to spot a blood Crip, or what's the name, from a mile away by the way they walk. It's a spiritual thing, but at that time, I was a street nigga just paying attention to my surroundings, being a street nigga, right? So when I became a spiritual brother, I got to pay attention to spiritual things. So when I see them beads on, I'm sorry. I'm not disrespecting y'all in which I believe. I'm just telling you I already know what's going on. So I see him. He comes in. He goes in right between me and Bless. And I already know that he going to change the vibration in this unit. So I don't say nothing. Bless seen him. Bless ain't say nothing. I thought Bless was asleep. He ain't sleep though. I'm going to tell you why I knew he wasn't asleep. So what I do, I say a prayer. I do what I do. I do my meditations. I get down. Boom, 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 boom. Later that night, I hear kicking. Boom, 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 boom. He kicking the door. Boom, 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 boom. Get the lieutenant. Get this. I don't want to be in this crib no more. He start wilding. He flood the tier. The team come, beat him up. They drag him out. I'm telling y'all. In the morning, the whole time, me and Bless don't say nothing to each other. We come out in the morning, Bless, man, brother, we had a fight. Soon as I seen that brother walking down the T, I started praying. I'm telling y'all. I'm like, me too, bro. I thought you was asleep. He was like, yeah, I was asleep, but something told me to get up. When you be like, something told me, that something told me, you can say the Holy Spirit. If you identify as the Holy Spirit, he ain't want to be there. He said, yo, I can't be here. Let me out. I can't be here. I'm telling y'all. And it's like that in this real world. So when the church come on to church. If y'all how y'all not changing the vibration? It's a 50 of y'all in there. But yet me and this brother could change the vibrations of every unit I went to. It's 50 of y'all in there. When the brothers gave me my spiritual awakening in 2012, you know what I'm saying? They changing the vibration of their whole neighborhood. Just the 2 brothers living in the neighborhood where they was living in brought the vibrations down, and the shootings and all this other stuff. Whenever there was a gang war about to break out, they go up there, pray, meditate, and it'll smooth itself out. I'm telling you what I seen with 2 individuals or 3 individuals or 4. It was 4 of us in 2012 in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? If 4 people or 2 people could do that, imagine if you had a whole church and y'all doing these vibrational things, these high vibrational things, and calling your authority and not just asking and praying to somebody else to come help you, on top of the fact that you really ain't vibrating high and your whole life ain't into service of others. And that's why there ain't a lot of power in these houses of worship. And I know that, and I'm not being like, trying to down nobody, because even in those buildings where there's no real authority, there are parishioners in there with authority. Some of them old sisters in there, the pastor may not be right. They might be taught false doctrines and don't fully understand what they're doing. But that sister who, as soon as she get out of church, she go back in her Bible all day, every day. She wake up 5 o'clock in the morning and she in the other room reading that word. And she ain't told none of the other people, I read my Bible every morning. She might have said it 20 years ago in the beginning, but now she do it so much, it's like telling somebody, oh, I had breakfast today, because she do it every day. She still has power and authority. She still has power and authority. She still has it.
This call is from a federal.
Oh, I didn't mean to hang up on him. She still has power and authority, but there's not a collective cohesion in there. If that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying? It's not a collective cohesion in there. But imagine if there was 10 of her in there, and they have churches like that. Like I gave my story the other day. I walked in that church and I just started crying, and my legs just walked up to the front of the pulpit, and I fell. The spirit of Bucks, the gangbanging Mac Baller Brim, when I got to the front of that church was vibrating so high in there that spirit came off me, and I just started crying. Those tears and the snot running down my face, that was my physical body cleansing itself after that spirit got out of it. That's what your body does. That's why when you watch, Constantine or the Exorcism and all the movies, the person is vomiting and spitting and throwing up. It's because your body is naturally, after the entity is trying to come out, and then once it come out, your body want to push the physical filth out in the form of vomit or spit or snot or throw. That's what snot and spit and mucus, that's what it is. It's actually it too. To be honest with you, it is parasites in food. Parasites are forming entities and deities. They spirits too. They just a different kind of spirit. They are. Don't think for one second that these conspiracy theory brothers is just conspiracy theoried out. And then the reason being is because in your books of law, they tell you not to eat certain things. And they tell you not to eat certain things because there are entities and energies connected to this thing, to those things that you're eating and putting in your body. So while you're trying to fight off these demons in your house or the demons outside gangbanging on your corner, you got to worry about the demons within. And it's not even just the food, y'all. It's the forgiving the uncle that molested you or whatever he may have done to you, because that was a spirit attached to him and caused him to do that. Is he right? Is he fixed? Nah, he ain't. If he ain't cast out that spirit, if somebody ain't pull that spirit on him, he gonna do it again. So don't forgive him and himself. Forgive the spirit of him, his natural self, and know that a spirit attached itself to him when he was young, and it may have happened to him or her. You know what I'm saying? So you have to find forgiveness, because that unforgiveness is also an entity and an energy, whether it causes cancer, whether it gives you a spirit of untrustedness, whether it gives you a spirit of fornication. Everybody handles these abuses differently, but it's all spiritual. It is. It is. You have forgiveness. See, when I speak that, people think in the Christian aspect of forgiveness, when I'm saying that, is just like, you know, growing up in the hood and being not with Christianity my whole life, when people say forgiveness and salvation, those words just sound Christian-y. So it's like, well, he's saying that because he's a Christian and he's supposed to say that. Nah, I'm saying forgiveness as an energy, y'all. When I say adultery, I'm saying adultery as an energy, y'all. Hear what I'm saying. Forgiveness is a spirit. And when you really, really find forgiveness, forgiveness opens you up and heightens your vibrations. It makes you powerful. It unclogs those blockages that cause cancer. I'm telling you. Brain hemorrhages, high blood pressure. Forgiveness takes out all the blockage and makes your shit work the way it's supposed to work, y'all. So don't forgive the person meaning that, oh, I'm reading my Bible, so I'm supposed to forgive. Don't look at it like that. You have to first understand and understand that that was not the person, if whoever that person is, man, female, uncle, nephew, sister, mother, father, whoever that person is, first you have to understand that that person was once a child and that spirit entered that child because somebody did it to that child. That child was taken over by that spirit. So don't look at the person and say, how could he do this to me? How could a father do that to his own child? How could a mother do that to his own daughter, whether it's unaliving them or molesting them? How could they do that? You know how? Because it was done to them, and that's not really them. They feel ashamed because I've been molested, and I know the person be around me be head down, and hey, they can't even look at you. They can't even look at you because while the lust of them is not, while that demon of lust is not attached to them at that particular moment, now shame is in control. Fear is in control. The fear, damn, is she gonna tell everybody? Is he gonna? So that's the fear. They're all over him. So while that one left, now this one is in control. You have to have discernment. So forgive the person that's afraid. Forgive the child. See that adult as a child, because some of us are still children. I don't care how old you is. Some of us are still children. See the child in that person and forgive the child. Now that person is still going to be that person, but you have to forgive the child because he went through it too. She went through it too. So once you forgive, I mean really forgive, because sometimes you can only forgive. I'm going to say me personally. The reason how I was able to forgive a lot of stuff is because if you believe that these are entities and energies, how could you ever really blame the person? And this is why my brothers are Christians, my Bible thumping, church going Christians. This is why Christ said, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Because he understood that there was something making them do this to him. So he forgave them because he knew it wasn't them. The entity was in charge. Just like he looked at Judas and said, do what you came here to do. Do what you came here to do. That's why Judas got up, because the spirit, it says it in the Bible. And when he walked, the spirit, that said the devil entered him. But there was already a spirit in him, because when he said, do what you want to do, what you came here to do, he already spoke to the spirit of deceit or backstabbing or snitch. Maybe Judas was the first snitch. He spoke to that spirit and he got up. And before he left, the devil entered him and said it. The devil flew right up in him. Christ knew that. He forgave him already. There's a book in the Nagamadi scriptures where he forgave him, where they met up again in heaven, and he forgave him. He forgave him because he knew what he was sent to do. He knew that. You understand what I'm saying? He knew that. He was just down here having a human spirit, just like with Lazarus, right? Lazarus passed away. He knew he could save Lazarus, but he still cried with Lazarus' sisters. Why was he crying when he knew he was going to raise him from the dead? Why was he crying? Because he knew this is human shit, so I'm going to do what the humans is doing. I'm a human right now, so I'm going to do what the humans is doing. But he had a spiritual eye. That's why he forgave them on the cross, because he knew it's not them. This ain't them. That's why when he called Peter Satan, when Satan said, he told him to, for surely in 3 days I'm going to get rid of this temple and I'm going to rebuild it in 3 days. He said it in front of them. And then it said, Peter pulled him to the side and said, for surely you're not going to die. He said, get thee behind me, Satan. He called Peter Satan because he knew in that moment that was Satan talking through Peter. He knew it. When he said, you're going to deny me 3 times? And Peter was like, nah, man, I ain't going to deny you. They will have to take me to the grave before I deny you. He said, you're going to deny me 3 times. What he was saying was, you're not, but that spirit, the same one that I had to tell, I called you Satan already, Peter. I called you Satan because I know that Satan's going to come over and he's going to overcome you and you're going to deny me because you're going to be afraid to go to the cross with me. You ain't trying to go to the cross with me because you're afraid. Fear is what allowed them to creep in. Fear allowed me to creep in. So when Peter said, I'll go to the end of the earth with you, that was Peter. That was real Peter. And he believed it. Like, yo, what? Why would I deny you? You bugging? I see what you doing down here. I'm ready to go with you. But that was the real Peter. But Christ said, yeah, I know you do. I love you too, brother. But you don't know that you a little afraid and they're going to come in and they're going to make you deny me. He knew it. So this how we have to, that's the only way you can love your brother as yourself and really forgive people when you know people don't really be meaning the shit that they be doing, even if they keep doing it. Because we do it. That's why we fight and stay vigilant. That's why the minute I find myself defending some bullshit, I check it. I'll be like, you ain't, nah, pride, you ain't coming in here. Nah, anger, you ain't coming in here. Nah, man, that's a human doing some human shit, and I understand that. And I forget, as long as you live, that's the only way you're gonna work any magic down here, y'all. You have to find forgiveness, and sometimes forgiveness comes in knowing that we spiritual creatures and these people are going through their spiritual shit, and you have to see that and know that. You have to. That's the only way you're gonna be able to love people down here. Because if you look at it from the physical aspect, you ain't gonna fuck with nobody. Mother, sister, brother, child, you're going to be like, man, I ain't dealing with these people. You got to understand what they're going through. Now, am I saying to continuously allow them to do the wrong that they're doing to you? No, you have to put up your force field shield and you got to put up a physical shield. Give them some space. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like a lion. A lion going to eat you like a lion. You know, we all watch the Nature Channel and we sit there, we watch the lions and we like, oh, look at we love the animals, but we ain't going to jump in the cage with the lion. We know what it's going to do. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then you can't get mad at the lion when the human jump in there to feed it and then the lion attacking. Why did you go in the cage? You know you ain't supposed to been in there. It's the same thing with human beings. You can still love them. Still help them. This is what I'm saying. Help them and love them from a distance. Don't be like, oh, I don't talk to my cousin so-and-so. Because that girl she probably been getting molested her whole life. So she don't trust humans. She gonna get what she could get out of the situation. And that's how she been since that thing happened to her. You have to see it without seeing it. You have to see it without seeing it. So still love her from a distance. Here, cuzzo, here, yeah, because my rent ain't paid. You know she lying. You know she ain't. Here you go. Sometimes you gotta say no, though, too. Peace, peace, Amun. Peace. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta just let them go too, because sometimes some of them have a spirit of gluttony and lies and deceit, and they just gonna keep coming. And no matter how much you give, they never gonna, but it's not about giving so they appreciate it. It's not about giving so they'll be like, oh, my cousin fuck with me. It's not about that. It's just giving them what they need if you have it to give and loving them from a distance. That's it. Love them from a distance, because sometimes you're not even supposed to eat at the table with them, because while you're praying and meditating to keep these things off of you, if you constantly around people who are not vibrating high and allowing and constantly feeding entities and energies, you're gonna get weaker because you gotta fight your own shit. Or the shit in your house. Your children going out hanging and fornicating or whatever they doing with people. Your husband, your boss, your job. You already got people. You're forced to fight off these entities all day. It's constantly, you got to be vigilant at all times. So no, don't purposely put yourself in a position to be around somebody who has any kind of spiritual attachment. Whether it's violence, lies, deceit, misery, alcohol, weed, crack, coke, dope, all of it. Just don't put yourself around it, but still love the person and understand where they at. That's it. Don't make it personal and start, that she always lying and she don't never pay me back. And don't get into that. Because they gonna do what they doing. That's who they is. Still love them though, because they a baby. You know what I'm saying? It's like the baby that punched you in the eye. It ain't mean to punch you. It hurt, but you ain't gonna slap the baby off the chair. They ain't mean to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's how they are. They babies. So when they punch you in the eye a little bit, be like, I knew I shouldn't have stuck it's like my glasses. If I lean in real quick to the baby and the baby and break my glasses, I knew I shouldn't have leaned in. You know what I'm saying? I knew the baby was going to snatch me. I should have took my glasses off before I start playing with the baby. You know what I'm saying? You got to be like that with humans too. You have to. And your life, it be so much brighter and whatever. I'm trusting. And this is what I learned too, y'all. How you got weapons, how powerful we is with forgiveness and love. Like when Christ says somebody smack you, turn the other cheek. When I was young, I used to be like, man, the white people gave us that to make us passive so we could be slaves. If somebody give you your sandals to carry them 1 mile, carry them 2. I'm like, man, these white people thought they was slick. They gave us this so we could be slaves. And when the brother spewed the rhetoric, it made all the sense in the world to me. What? I ain't carrying nobody's sandals. I ain't Martin Luther King. I'm Malcolm X. I ain't doing that, boo. But when you become spiritual, you begin to realize what it's saying is, if somebody slap you, I ain't all the way there yet, y'all. But I'm just saying. I'm just giving y'all an example. If somebody slap you, and you allow that person to slap you, what happens is two things happen. If you allow to slap, two things happen. The first thing that happens is, and I'm not saying to do it for this, because you don't want to. It's not all about retribution and stuff like that. So you're not doing it for this. But the first thing that happens is, when you don't slap the person back, is The person slap you, and the minute the person walks off, and you don't get mad or upset or bothered by the slap, somebody gonna slap the person. And I'm not saying you do it for that. What I'm saying is the universe starts to work things out for you, because when they say God, leave it in God's hands, or let Jesus drive the wheel, whatever the case may be, the universe itself, God, universe, Jesus, whatever, they start to take care of you. They start to acknowledge your growth and your power, and that you seeing things, so you become like Neo in the Matrix. You become like Neo in the Matrix. Hold on, y'all. You become like Neo in the Matrix. So now, because you're not this doggone light, I'm about to turn it off. Now you become like Neo in the Matrix. Because they like, oh, he overstands. So now they take care of the issue. They take care of it. They're going to start working the issue out for you. Because you let that slap. Because most humans, you get slapped, I'm going to slap you back. My grandmother taught me that. Somebody hits you, you hit them back. I couldn't be no punk. We had to fight. We had to fight. If one of us fought, my grandma would be like, well, where you was at while he was fighting? I jumped in. You better have. We was raised to be tough. So, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing anymore. Y'all used to think it was a good thing. But you know what I'm saying? Like, when you get to that part where somebody do that and you say, man, that wasn't nothing but the devil. I love you, brother. And I'm going to pray for you. And you really mean it and pray. And the only thing that hurt was the actual slap. And as the sting of the slap disseminates, you're not holding it against them. It hurted in that second. And the minute you forgave it or it doesn't hurt no more, you know how much that shit rings out to the universe. Yeah, you're acting like God now. And the little shit is not affecting you. You're not feeding the flesh. You're not feeding the spirit of anger. You're not feeding the spirit of pride, especially like in jail or in the neighborhood, because you couldn't take a punch in the face because then you soft. You got to punch the person back. But we're taught how to feed pride. So we're never going to be able to do magical or powerful things. Do you understand what I'm saying? The universe start working. You ever remember in the movie Star Wars when Luke was flying the ship and he was nice? And then it spoke to him in his mind. The Force spoke to him and said, Luke, let go, Luke. And he let go and he let the Force start guiding the ship. So now God or Jesus got the wheel. That's what it spoke about. Now Jesus had the wheel. You see the ship start doing things that he couldn't. As nice as Luke was driving the ship, he was nice. But as nice as he was, as the Force told him, Luke, let go, Luke. When he let go, the ship started doing shit it couldn't do. And guess what Darth Vader said? Because Darth Vader was chasing him. Darth Vader, the nicest at everything. Darth Vader chasing Luke. What Darth Vader said? Darth Vader said, the Force is strong in this one. That's what he said. He said, the Force is strong in this one. They showing y'all, man. George Lucas worship under Madame Blavatsky, and Madame Blavatsky taught George Lucas, the one who wrote Star Wars, the writers of the Matrix, all these, the whole Avengers series, Stan Lee, all of them, they worship the Theosophical Society who studied under Madame Blavatsky. And Madame Blavatsky taught these people how to summon entities and energies, and they gave them this inspiration and made them genii in us and made them geniuses. So they put all these things in these movies because they getting this information from higher level beings. You understand? So the stuff he giving you in Star Wars is coming from a dark one, but the dark ones can't make truth. So the only thing they can do is emulate truth. They can't create nothing. So they can emulate it. So they're emulating what's going on, but they'll make it Star Wars, The Matrix, the Avengers, all these different science fiction movies. But at the core of all these movies is good and evil. And somewhere in all these movies, Superman, Spider, all these, deep down inside, it is a human with his connection to the all-in-all creator, and he becomes Jesus or Superman or Luke or Neo or go on and on and on, or who he becomes. Leroy and the Last Dragon. Y'all, come on. Y'all know about the Last Dragon. All the time, Leroy looking for the master in the fortune cookie. They said, man, it's just a fortune cookie. That's just a fortune cookie, y'all. It's just a fortune cookie. It's within you. The fortune cookie gonna tell you it's in you, but you still running to try to find out the fortune cookie. It tell you where's it at. It's in you. It was in him the whole time. And once he conquered fear, Shogun couldn't do nothing to him. What could Shogun do to Bruce Leroy at the end? He got that glow. He had that blue orb around him. Shogun had the red orb around him. In Star Wars, Luke got the blue lightsaber. Darth Vader got the red lifesaver. They're showing y'all what's going on down here. Because the person they studied under showed them and had them these spirits telling them things. And this is how we get all of these glorious, great, magical movies that's showing you that the good guy is more powerful than the entities and energies that they up against. So that's why when I tell you we could be over there stopping them bombs if we wanted to, y'all ain't gonna believe it. Because you see it and you're like, oh, this is a movie. They gotta tell you. So what they do is they tell you in the form of a movie, which is something to make you not believe. Right? They want you to not believe. They don't want you to know that your kids could take the cancer out of grandma. These kids are ready. They're different from us. These kids are old souls. These children, I'm sorry to call them kids. Kids are not righteous. Kids are sacrifices to the god Malek. That's who the kids are. That's the sacrifices in the Bible. The baby goat is a kid. That's where this term comes from. That's why they always say children. Children. These children, our children, are powerful. So what they did was, because they knew that school and the shit we had, basketball and baseball, wasn't going to be enough to keep them busy. So now they got the iPhone. Now they got these phones and these video games and all this electronic shit to keep their young minds off of what it's supposed to be off of. And they're ready, but now because we're taught they got to go to school, we sending them to school, and the only thing the school is doing is programming them to how to get a good job. Not to manifest nothing. Not to be powerful. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the lights on the blue and red. Blue and red pill in the matrix. It's going to constantly be blue and red, y'all. It's going to constantly be blue and red, y'all. Constantly. This is all vibrational. Bloods and Crips. Blue and red is just vibrational. Good and evil, light and dark. That's duality, y'all. You have to choose a side because you could be powerful on the dark side, but you're super, super powerful on the light side of things. Why? It's because on the light side of things, it's not always just about you. Whenever you're on the light side of things, it's about a collectiveness. It's about your kids or your wife or your soul group or your monad or the creator or the church. It's always about more than you. And whenever it's about more than you, you're going to have more power. Anything on the dark side is never about nothing but the individual. It's never a collective. Only if the higher level dark one, like the Sith Lord, right? In the movies, they feed off the energy of the little ones. So that's the only time it's a collective. Because it's like that in the demonic realm too. They have a pecking order too. You know what I'm saying? It's like that, but it ain't never about the collective. It's always about the other ones. You know, if you ever watch the Transformers, if you remember the Decepticons and Transformers, remember Optimus Prime, not Optimus Prime, Metatron. Don't forget too, Optimus Prime and Metatron. These are really real names too, y'all. They put it in cartoons. I'm gonna get all into that in these videos. Don't even trip. I'm just waiting patiently. I'm gonna show you some of the cartoons we grew up loving, what they be putting in these cartoons. But in the Transformers, you remember, this is how it is in the demonic pecking order. Y'all remember what's my son's name? Metatron, right? He was the boss. So every time they thought Metatron got unalive, my son Starscream to be on the throne. He told me he the boss, and he start giving out orders, and then Metatron come back, and he be like, "Oh, Metatron, I was just warming up your seat for you." That's how it is in the demonic realm, but that's how it is in the streets too. That's how it is in the streets too. That's how it is in the streets. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is in the streets, y'all. So ain't nothing never good gonna come out of that. And I'm not, people do what people do. People do what people do, but selfishness is what gets you back here. Selfishness is what gets you in hell. Selfishness is what reincarnates you. Selfishness is what brings you back in this time loop. The only way you could come back is being one with all and loving all as yourself. That's why Christ said, love your brother as you love yourself, because if you love other human beings as you love yourself or see them as you see yourself, then you get to see yourself. You get to see the all in all and all its different attributes. All its different attributes. You have different attributes, right? At home, you a mom or a dad to your children. To your husband, you're a wife. To your wife, you're a husband. To your brother, you a brother. To your sister, you a sister. You know what I'm saying? To your job, you're a co-worker. Whether you're You know what I'm saying? The manager or the this and that. To the church, you're this. To your homegirls, you're that. You know what I'm saying? You might got a homegirl you knew since you was 8. She might know the 8-year-old you all the way to this you. Your husband only know the woman he met when you changed your life, gave your life to Christ. So he know you as this type of woman. But she be like, girl, don't let Sherelle come back out. Girl, don't be that way. You better stay on track and keep doing what you're doing. Don't lose that husband. She be like, girl, I know, but it's hard. Your husband, he know you, but he might know you more intimately than her. But she know the you before you became the you is now. So we all got attributes in different ways around different people. So imagine the creator, the all in all, the ineffable one. Not the he God or the she God. I'm talking about the all in all, the ineffable one. Not the one with hands, not the one that get jealous, not that one. I'm talking about the all in all. The handless God, the feetless God, the he-less God, the she-less God, the all in all, y'all. And even if you believe in those other subtitles and them other characteristics of the all in all and that kind of God, it's okay. Just believe in it wholeheartedly. That's it. The chat is going off, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't mean when nobody was in here, when I was only talking to like 50, 60 people, I would read all of the comments. But right now, things be going too fast, man. And I'm just, you know what I'm saying? It's just coming out. You know what I'm saying? The Holy Spirit take over sometimes, and I just get into those zones, and I'm not paying attention. I swear, I don't even never want none of y'all to feel like I'm ignoring y'all or nothing like that. But when it happens, it happens. You know what I'm saying? And then sometimes when I do actually glance, this is how the devil work. When I do glance, sometimes it be a troll saying the wrong thing. So I go back into it because I don't want to search and then find another troll or get taken off a topic. So by no means am I ignoring y'all. Because you writing this down and writing and taking time to text, whatever information or good stuff that you putting in here is definitely being accredited. It's definitely being accredited. Everything you saying, because I might not see it, but a young brother in here who's trying to learn, or a young sister in here who's new or trying to learn, you're definitely teaching them and you're definitely showing them. So it's definitely not going unnoticed. Even if nobody see it, you put it in the universe. So I'm not ignoring y'all. I apologize. I just be moving too fast and just crazy. And not every time I look, it's not a good comment. And I know there's a bunch of good comments. If I look right now, probably after every 8 good comment, there's 1 bad comment. But how the devil works, every time I look, I'm seeing a bad comment, so I'm keep going. Or it could be God. Never say a good thing is the God and the bad thing is the devil. Sometimes the all in all makes something like that happen and be like, keep going. So I'm not saying I can say it's the devil, but it could be God too. Like, keep going. Don't worry about that. You did what you looking for here. I'm gonna give you something bad, so you just keep on going. You know what I'm saying? Learn that too. Learn discernment. Don't always think all good things is good and all bad things is bad. Sometimes a bad thing will happen, but it's actually a good thing. And then just wait to see it. And then when you look at things like that, when so-called proverbial bad things happen, you don't take it as hard. You don't take it as hard. I crashed my Audi, right? I wrapped it, right? I wrapped it up. I lost it. And when I lost it for like a couple hours, especially right when I crashed it, a few months back, I was sick. I was tight. Brand new car night. I was in love with this car, man. You know what I'm saying? But the minute I felt that way, I canceled it. I said, it is what it is. There's a reason. I kid y'all not. Less than 30 days, the reason came up. The reason came up. And I was like, that's why I lost that car. Glory be to God. Glory be to all high, most high, love and light. Glory be to God. Cause you straight, especially if you vibrating right. Only time you get mad when bad shit happen is when you doing bad shit. Cause you like, damn, I know I shouldn't have lied to that girl. I knew I shouldn't have did this, or I knew I was doing this. And then you get mad because you know you just got punched. If you ain't doing nothing wrong and something you think bad happened, trust and believe, especially if you vibrating right, that it happened for a good reason. You just wait, and when you wait to see it, oh, you gonna see it. I promise you. When you wait to see why that, if something you think bad, I'm saying bad for lack of a better term, but when something that you would normally deem as bad happen and you know you doing right, what you say is peace be, because at first it allows you not to be angry over no material shit, or it don't have to be material shit, whatever it is. First, it allows you not to be angry about whatever you about to be angry about. So it's power in that. 2, you trusted in the all in all, you trusted in your path, you trusted in your journey. 2. 3, you're not giving dark forces no power by saying, damn, they did. Don't get them no power. Don't get them no power. What I start doing is I start giving the all in all the power, because the creator that I serve, the all in all, the ineffable one, everything it does is for me. Everything, even the bad. Even the failed marriage, it was a lesson. The failed marriage was a lesson. Everything was a lesson. Every single thing, y'all. Everything. So don't always look at things as bad things. Don't always look at things as bad things. I got a good parable on it. I seen it in it's this thing up here called Spirit Science. Y'all, I'll watch it if I was y'all. I used to watch it about 12 years ago. It's called Spirit Science on YouTube. And when you watch it, it's gonna be cartoons talking. I used to swear by it. I like it a lot. But there's a parable that goes it's a long parable, but I'll try to make it short. I always say long story short, short story shorter, but short stories usually longer though. But in this parable, it's about these Chinese a horse ranch, right? 2 horse farmers, right? And in the parable, it goes, there was 2 neighbors who both had horses, right? And it said one neighbor was always jealous of the other neighbor, right? So the one neighbor had a whole bunch of nice horses, and every year they would show off and see who would win the horse, the horse competition, races, showing off how the horse looks, right? So the guy who always win, he was always envious of the other little horse trading guy, right? So when it came time for the horse season thing to happen, right? This guy, he comes out with this nice horse, and he's like, oh, you can't beat me, this, and that, whatever, right? And he had a whole bunch of nice horses. Now, the guy he always hating on, he had a bunch of horses, but he only had one real nice horse, just one. So this guy got a fleet of beautiful horses. This guy got a bunch of raggedy horses and one nice horse. So one day, the guy who's hating, he's out there with his horses, and the other guy he hates on comes out and he's like, oh, where's your best horse at? I ain't seen it in a while. So the other humble guy's like, man, it ran away last night. So the other guy's like, your only good horse? That horse was better than all his horses, but he only had one. So he said, you lost your best horse? He was like, yeah, I lost it. Oh, he's like, oh, ain't no way you winning this year. I got this beat this year. You see all these horses I got? You ain't even got that one horse. That was your only chance. And he was like, who's to say it's a bad thing? He was like, who's to say it's a bad thing? Oh, you ain't trying to win? All right. Time go on. A couple days later, the horse comes back. But this time, the horse, it was a male horse, right? It came back with a bunch of beautiful horses. It went over there and started fornicating with the other horses, and they all followed that horse back to his house. So when the other dude seen all them horses, he's like, man, where you get all them beautiful horses from? He's like, man, the horse went over there. They came back, and they all followed him. They don't belong to nobody, so I claim the rights to him. He was like, man, but you got all those horses. He's like, that's a good thing, man. You're going to win for sure. The other guy, the humble guy, says, who says it's a good thing or a bad thing? Right? Next day, the guy with all the good horses, he's out, boom, 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 him with his son, and they're training about, because the horse, they show off the horses, they race the horses, and they always make the horse do tricks. So the next day, the guy's out, the prideful guy, he's out with his son doing all these marvelous tricks or whatever on his nice horse. His son is great at the horse tricks, right? So he's like, yeah, look at my son. Look how great he is, man. And the other guy, he goes get his son. His son is on the thing. He was like, there's no way your son is beating my son. My son's the best in all the valleys. And why the guy's son is trying to perform like the other guy's son, his son falls off the horse and breaks his leg. Breaks his leg, y'all. So the other guy, the prideful guy's like, oh, you lost your son. Now you got all these great horses, but you don't got one good rider I'm gonna win that part of the thing for sure. You're not gonna win because your son broke his leg. Look at you. And he was like, who's to say it's a bad thing? The next day, they're both out cleaning their horses, and then they look in the distance and they see the army coming. All the army, the whole Chinese army, they're coming on horses. They deep, they got their swords, they all come deep. And it's like, hey, what's going on? They said, we're about to go to a dangerous war. We're outnumbered, and we taking every able man to go to this war. They took his son and all his sons and they went off to the war. When they went to go get the man's son, they seen he had a broken leg. They couldn't bring his son. So they went off to war. And the guy came to him, was like, oh, how am I going to win? They took all my sons. They took all my horses. Oh, they took all his horses. They took all his horses, but they kept him with all his raggedy horses. I forgot that part, y'all. I ain't the best storyteller. So they took all the horses because they needed the horses. They took all their sons and they rode off. He only had one son. They left his one son and he had a whole bunch of raggedy horses. They left all them raggedy horses and only took the good horses. And when they all rode off, they took his sons, his horses and everything. And he was like, now I don't have no sons. I don't have no horses, but you got all those horses and you still got your son. And he said, who's to say that's a good thing or a bad thing? Don't always look at good things and good things as bad things. Remain humble at all times. You got everything you need and you're going to have whatever you need. When you have faith in the all in all Most High, you going to always have whatever you need. Don't get excited when you think something popping. Don't be hurt when you think something is bad. Because at the end of it, it's just like this parable. You don't know what's going on there. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on. And people be so quick to jump at something good or bad. You know what I'm saying? Somebody go get a raise. I got family members, y'all. They go get these good jobs. They got their nose up in the air. Yeah, you know I'm over here working at whoop-de-wham, whoop-de-whoop-de-wop, and all this other stuff. And then they got their nose all the way up in the air. And just like this parable, they done got that good job. They meet some guy over there at the good job, and he tears down their whole house, everything, and she got to reset after he go to prison or whatever the case may be. If you ain't had that job or that raise, you wouldn't have met him, and all of this wouldn't happen. That was the beginning of all this other stuff that transpired. So be humble. Be humble. Because you don't know when the king gonna come and need your horses or need your house or need your car. You don't know what's gonna happen, man. And even when even looking at other people, I don't know how to be jealous of somebody or want somebody to do bad. But a lot of people do. You know what I'm saying? Even when you see somebody doing good or winning or whatever, don't be envious of them or don't want what they got, because you don't know what they did to get what they got. You don't know what they had to do. You don't know at what cost they got what they got. You don't know that. You don't, especially some of these rappers. Some of these rappers sacrifice their children, sacrifice their mothers. And I'm not even being funny. There's a guy from New York just the other day. He lost his mother. He made a whole video at the funeral. It's a good song. Because, he's talking about his mother. It's a good song. And every day he's blowing up more and more and more. And, God bless that brother. And, I'm not saying he ain't mourning. I'm not saying that, you know what I'm saying, he deserves, that woman deserves. I'm not saying none of that. But I'm telling you, with my spiritual eye, right or wrong, let's say he start popping or whatever the case may be, he's going to have to always attribute him blowing up to his mother's death. Whether he legally sacrificed her or it's just happenstance. But I don't believe in happenstances and spirituality. I really don't, y'all. Not down here on this planet. The things they was doing in this Bible and in these books and these ancient books, they're still doing to this day. They don't got on robes and they not meeting in the wilderness like they used to do. And you sneak upon them and they got all these things. They wearing Louis, Gucci, and they in these boardrooms in Midtown Manhattan or wherever you from, those temples and all of that. Trust and believe. You don't know what people be doing. You don't know what people be doing. When I see stuff like that, I just start watching. And as time go on, it's going to be revealed what's going on. And I'm not saying like an angel come to me. Yo, you funny, 40. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I got to be careful saying some of the stuff I say, because some of y'all in here be paying attention too. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all be paying attention too. I'm saying this, somebody said exactly who I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Especially when dudes is committing all these crimes. I know guys, they've been committing crimes for the last 20 years. They running around with 50 Cent. They with all these rappers. They driving $200,000, $300,000 cars, and they've been committing crime. Let me tell y'all something. I was smart, kinda. I had things situated. I could not last longer than 2 years selling drugs, and I didn't go to prison. These guys, I know one particular guy, when I left him 10 years ago, he was making $30,000, $40,000 a day scamming. $30,000, $40,000 a day scamming. That was over 10 years ago. He's still doing this to this day. And he's traveling with 50 Cent. He's around Floyd Mayweather. He's around all these people. And he still ain't been to prison. Now, The average in the because everything is physical and spiritual. Most people are physical. So what happens with the physical person, what they say is, oh, he's snitching, because they be whispering that he is snitching. Oh man, he's snitching. He gotta be snitching. These are the physical people, the street people who are all physical, right? Spiritually, what if I say he might not be snitching? What do you mean he ain't snitching? How he ain't go to jail? What if he's doing witchcraft? How about that? What if he's doing witchcraft? Because a lot of these people in high places, even in the streets and doing stuff in the streets, a lot of them are doing witchcraft, y'all. Y'all just don't know because y'all don't see it. Y'all don't understand it. A lot of them are, y'all. I'm telling you they are. I'd have been around people who knew Pistol Pete personally. If y'all don't know the history of Pistol Pete, it was a guy from the Bronx. He's a gang leader. He was getting a lot of money. He's in ADX federal prison. He has a life sentence. They sentenced him to the box. This guy was so powerful that he was in prison and people were still unaliving people for him. And I used to idolize him when I was a child. When I was physical and I was upon street stuff, I used to idolize this guy. He's held at highest steeds in New York gang law. Not just New York, because everybody across the world into hip hop knows who this guy is. He's from the Bronx, big gang leader. I met two people in my journeys that told me some stuff about him, that he was into witchcraft. And the one person, not knowing I was spiritual, this was before I was even spiritual, I just never forgot the story. One person told me that he murdered a lot of people too. So I'm gonna say that, so when I say the next thing, y'all don't think that it's fabricated or how could he ever do that or why would he ever do that. He murdered multiple people, and when he was in prison, he ordered a bunch of people to get unalived. One of the people was just telling me, was like, man, people don't know who he really is. One is not his co-defendants, but somebody who knew him when he was in the streets. Man, people don't know, man, what he was really about. What do you mean? He had a girl, he got her pregnant. When he got her pregnant, nobody knew she was pregnant. He kept her in a house for 9 months. She couldn't come out. I was young. He was the kid I'm talking to. He was about, at that time, he was my age, but at the time of this, he was saying that the girl was about 14. I mean, he was about 14, and he was the only one that Pete would give money, and this guy was bringing her food, bringing her stuff, taking, like, basically when he wasn't around, taking care of this woman. And this woman had this baby. He wasn't there for this, but he heard, because he seen her pregnant and they never saw the baby. And the guy told me that years later, one of the brothers told him that when she had the baby, that he put the baby and did a ritual in the tub and left the blood in the tub. And there was times where he used to go to the tub and put his hand in the bloody water that was there, and he put his hand in it and money would come out. I swear, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just telling you what I was told. I'm just telling you what I was told. This person had no reason to make this. I'm not going to say they had no reason to make this up. We were just talking. And a person was basically saying that people think he got all his money hustling and getting money when really he was into witchcraft. That's how he got his money. And the streets would tell you, he was a teenager. He went to jail. He probably was like 18, 19. But he was a millionaire or, making a whole lot of money. But this person told me that. At the time, it sounded far-fetched. But as I become older and more spiritual and begin to see things, nobody would ever know that. People would just think that he was just smart and he was this and that. And even if you told people who knew he went to jail for several homicides and he was responsible for, if he was responsible for 8 people getting unalived, if you tell somebody this in the street because it's some magical shit, they're not going to believe. But how would you not believe that this person was involved with a demon if he was responsible for more than 8 homicides? Why would you find that hard to believe? Why would you? I'm just saying. I don't. Because when I look in his eyes, I see the same eyes that I see in the guy, Sheldon, what's the name, who unalived his 8 kids. It's the same look, y'all. It's the same look, that nobody's home. Those eyes are the windows to the soul. And those eyes will tell you, if that's the window, that it ain't nothing in here. I don't care how big they smile is. It ain't nothing in here, y'all. And like I said, sometimes we entertain angels and not know it, y'all. So a lot of these people, when you see them in these high standards and high steeds, don't want what they got, because you might not want what they got, y'all. Y'all, you might not want what they got. Look at Kanye. Look at Kanye. Look at Tupac. You know what I'm saying? Look at Old Dirty Bastard. Look at Lauryn Hill. Those people have strong spirits. So even though the spirit might have took over their body at a time, they're fighting it off, and they go in and out, in and out. Those are the ones who go in and out. Sometimes you see them. Those are strong spirited people. Those are human beings that have been here a bunch of times, and they went back and they did it. And that entity couldn't take full control over that physical vessel, right? So they pop in and out, and then when they go on those rants, sometimes when Kanye go on those rants, it be him, and then halfway through that conversation, it takes back over. He peeks out a little bit, and then it takes back over. You know, like in the movie Get Out, when the light flashed, and the person became the person. Hurry up and get out of here. Then it went back to being who they was. This is what goes on in real life. This is what goes on in real life. That's what's going on down here. So don't be looking at these people, you know what I'm saying, thinking, you could please say the name of the YouTube spiritual cartoon channel. Oh, see, it was meant for me. It's called Spirit Science. Spirit Science. Spirit Science. I seen like 1 through 4 or 5, and then I watched it. This was years ago. It's still up there though. And then they started to change a little bit. You know what I'm saying? They started to change a little bit. But Spirit Science is really good. It's real good, y'all. I wasn't even reading the comments, but I seen that, K Hollywood. What is your channel? Soul TV. This right here is Soul TV. I mean, Soul LTV. Soul, SOUL apostrophe EL TV. Kanye said he prayed not to feel any love lost anymore. Then his mom passed away. Yeah, he passed his he tell you he sacrificed his mother. He said it's on YouTube where he said that. He said he sacrificed his mother, y'all. He said it. Kanye said it. There's one when he's on stage and he's rapping, and he said, "Man, I sacrificed my mother for this shit, y'all." He said it on. There's a recording of that up there, and then there's one rap where he said he was on stage. He said, "I sacrificed. I gave my life to the devil. It was a crappy deal. At least it came with a few toys like a Happy Meal." They telling y'all think he. And then there's one when he was getting interviewed outside the car, and he started talking about all the other ones who did it. Bill Cosby, Michael Jordan. Y'all seen that one? He talking to the interviewer, and he was like, "Yeah, these people, they sacrificed they family members." And he said, Bill Cosby, Michael Jordan. He's telling you. He said it. I'm not making this up. You know what I mean? But we entertain so much that we don't know. The lines is blurred between reality and movie shit. So he'll say it, and then y'all go back to sleep and think that this is not happening around you. And the reason why I'm telling y'all this, not just to be, because a lot of conspiracy theories, a lot of people who get up here and think they know something, a lot of them do it just to think they know something so they could get a couple dollars and all of this. The only reason why I'm telling you this is because I'm saying if that exists, then must know that the all in all exists. If that exists, then must know that you have the powers to have whatever it is they have without giving up anything but the world. You understand? Without giving up your love light energy, without becoming angry or jealous or envious or mad or lustful or thirsty. You can have everything they have. There's a good side and a bad side. We don't see enough of the good side because it's hard for us to vibrate that high continuously to manifest what we want to manifest. It's hard for us. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they come in the industry, but I don't think we get to see them. When y'all talk about Tupac was them. Tupac was them. Tupac was them. He was them. All of them is them. You don't get up there and not be them. But what it is with the them, there's so many of the them. It's too many of them. So another thing about me, I'm going to tell y'all, a lot of these dudes, these spiritual teachers or leaders, whatever y'all want to call them, and I'm not that. I'm just a human having a human experience. But a lot of them, they going to take a stand and say, it's the Illuminati or it's the reptilians or it's the this. Man, it's a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit. Don't ask me what they is. They a whole bunch of shit. Sometimes you get to see. Some of them will let you know what they is, what they upon. You know what I mean? But it don't matter if you understand what I'm saying. Like, it's like Christianity. Then you got Methodist, Baptist, Pentecostal. You understand? But it's all Christianity. You understand? Then you got Yoruba. Then you got the Ifa. Then you got Santeria. Then you got Voodoo. It's all the same shit, but different titles. And it's a little different, but the same. It's the same with them. They all got a little different shit, but it's all kind of the same. It's all the same shit. So when people take an adamant stand that this is what it is, I can only take it out of them and stand that they're with the one who controls this planet Earth. That's how I could take a stand on that. Now, whether it's that and then there's some reptilians involved, that's one thing. Whether it's that and then it's the Illuminati at the top, and then under that is the Kabbalah Jews, or the Kabbalah Jews is above that, and the Vatican and all of this and all of that. They all of this and all. They are all of that. But you right here, y'all reading this, going to work every day, and y'all are powerful than them because you can have a direct connection. They have done things, the ones who are human have done things that has severed their connection. It's severed. It's severed. They did everything wrong and blasphemous. They have so much in there because they signed the contract. Not with the record label. I'm saying they already gave themselves up to these entities and energies, so they're stuck there. It's a contract. Even down here, you can't just leave if you break your lease, you broke your lease. They could keep your deposit money. You understand what I'm saying? It's like that in the spiritual realm too. When you do those things, you owe that. And the reason we saying would be like, well, God, it would take a lot for you to break out of that contract because they not gonna let you out. When you gave them authority, when you stood under them in authority, they gave up that contract. A lot of us, we may have did some bad shit. I did a lot of bad shit, but I didn't know what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? I didn't purposely or say that I'm doing it for that purpose or this purpose. Because if I did, I'd have been rich, dead, and burning in hell right now, or on my way back here. For real. The All-in-All had his hand on me the whole time. And some of those contracts like death, those of you who don't know my history, I don't like to bring it up, but I'm just being real with y'all. Like, those of you who don't know my history, how a man could give information on 17 homicides but never killed one person. How could a man, me, how could I be involved or around 17 homicides but I never killed one person? You want to know how? Because Bucks, the street nigga, the gangbanging Mac Baller Brim blood nigga, him from Weeks Avenue, the one who went through everything he went through in the home he went through, him, that guy back there, him, he was running around and being tough. He was raised to fight. He was raised to take. He was raised to steal. But deep down inside, he didn't want to do it, but he was doing it. He knew he was wrong. He was doing it. So he may have done his little charitable things upon that time, but he never was addicted to killing like the guys that was around him. He was never addicted to robbing like the guys that was around him. He was never addicted to oppressing people and taking over blocks like the guys around him. And because he had a spirit of leadership in him, because he had this purpose in him, and he was overflowing with the Most High's energy, the guys who were tougher or more killers or more this, they idolized him and followed around him, but he wasn't even as bad as them. So sometimes he didn't have to do as much as they was doing because they would do it. They didn't understand why they would do it, why they were doing it, but it was my spirit. So every time I try to unalive somebody in a gun jam, or every time I try to do this and it didn't happen, every time these faults happen, and I'm telling you I was upset. I'm telling you I wanted to do it. And I'm telling you when I did shoot the guy, I don't remember. When I did cut that guy, I don't remember. When I did stab that guy, I really don't remember, y'all. It's because the Most High, the All-in-All, knew that I had something attached to me when I didn't. That's why he sent the brothers to clean me up in 2012. I'm not making excuses for myself. I'm telling y'all some real spiritual shit and what's going on down here. I had to go through what I went through in order to tell you that it's real. I had to. If I didn't go through it, I couldn't tell you that it was real. If I didn't go through it, I could tell you these tremendous, outrageous stories, but the shit sound like it's fake because I'm embellishing it, or I'm hyping, or I'm lying, or I'm fabricating. I'm telling you what happened. This is my journey. So I had to sit in a cell 6 times through 18 years, 8 years in solitary confinement to figure out who the fuck I was. God kept sitting me down. And then when I tell people, y'all been blessed my whole life. How you been blessed? You been your whole life. You been in jail your whole life, nigga. Because the Most High knew I had to go to prison. I got to sit this little nigga down. I got to show him who he is continuously. I'm not going to give him life. I'm not going to let him get unalived in the streets. And there was times I wanted to get unalived in the streets, y'all. There was times I've been in the shootouts And before Chief Keef and these rapper guys, before it was popular to have extended clips, I used to love to have extended clips. And my neighborhood always say that about me. Yo, he was doing that before Chicago. You know why, y'all? I'm telling y'all, and God canceled this negative energy. Because my thing always was, if I get in a shootout and when cops come, I want to go out with the cops too. I want them to unalive me in this. That's what I wanted back then. I'm not lying. So when I used to do these outrageous things, I wanted to be unalived, y'all. Not me, myself, not Charles Gibson, not the soul me, not my soul, the shit that was attached to me, wanted me to take myself out. What was attached to me wanted me to take myself out. So it's telling me after you get in this shootout, you shoot out with them too. And every time I wanted to do it, it just wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. There's times I got into it and the police came and I ran in the building and I'm waiting on the steps for them and they never came. They ran to the building, arrested people in front of the building, and I'm in the building waiting for them to come in so I could get into this glorious shootout that like Queen Latifah at the end of y'all know the movie. I wanted to go out like Queen Latifah in y'all know the movie or Scarface. What was it connected to me? I used to see the movie Scarface and him getting shot up and shooting up and all of that. I wanted to go out like that. I am not lying to y'all. That's the spirit that was attached to me. Those spirits wanted me to go out like Scarface and I wanted to go set it off. That's the movie. Like Queen Latifah and set it off. My dream in the streets, when I was out there carrying them pistols, my dream was to go out like that, y'all. That's what I wanted to happen to me. So while these things they didn't happen, but I'm saying while I was doing these acts, I'm gaining this reputation for this shit that I really wasn't about the whole time because I was fucking possessed. I was not all the time, because people possessing when you turn around, that's full possession. And some of these spirits are not the powerful ones that'll walk you up a wall backwards or make your head turn around backwards. Those are old ancient spirits of the Nephilim that died in the flood, or some of those spirits are the spirit that came into the third dimension from the fifth and sixth dimension when the Macabre spun out of balance in Atlantis. Those spirits are the ones who make people contort and walk up the world backwards. But the spirits that can be in you and want to have sex and want to party and want to drink, those are earthly spirits. Those are old human spirits. Those are old, it's different shit, y'all. Don't let somebody tell you what a demon is and they classify. If I get up right now, I'll bring you some books this damn wide about them. It's the same as an insect. How many insects is there? Well, that's how many goddamn spirits is down here. It ain't all the same thing, y'all. Some of them just like to do human shit. You understand? And that spirit wanted me to unalive myself. So when I tell people I was blessed and the Most High had his hand on you, nigga, you did 18 years in and out of prison. Yeah, I had to get sat down. And then when I would go to prison, y'all, listen, when I would go to prison, the person I was, guess what? I didn't want to go to commissary. I didn't want to play basketball. I didn't want to be on the main line. You know where I wanted to be? In solitary confinement. With what? A Bible. It got to the point, right? At one point, y'all, listen, I'll be on the yard and I get tired of being on the yard. This is Bucks, though, not me. This is Bucks. This is the possessed version of myself. I'll be on the yard and I get tired. I'll be like, I'm ready to go to the box. And I'll wait for any little infraction and I'll punch somebody in the face and I'll go to the box. And it got to the point where every time I go to the box, you know what I knew was going to be waiting for me? Put it in the chat. When I go to the box, what did I know was going to be in the box waiting for me, y'all? A Bible. Every single time. Every single time. Sometimes 3 of them. Sometimes 2 of them. Every single time. It was a Bible in there way. Not a Quran, but a Bible. I came across Quran because I read the Quran. I was Muslim at one time. So it's not a, what I'm showing y'all is this ain't a choice thing. This ain't a going to the church the rest of my life to find Christ thing. This is when the Most High, all in all, has his hand on you for the entire time because it knows you're a child of the Most High, all in all. It knows that you are original from the soul of Israel. You are from the bloodline of Jesus, Yahshua the Christ, the original souls of this planet. It knows us. You know what I'm saying? And when you're supposed to be a warrior for the all in all, when you're powerful, you're supposed to teach, preach, and lead. And I'm not saying that I'm supposed to, like I want to, or I think I can, because I ain't the most rhetoric nigga in the world. I don't got all the words. I don't articulate myself the best. I may say nah mean. I still might say nigga sometimes. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna front like I'm young Pharaoh or I'm Malcolm X or I'm one of these people who are super duper articulate and super intelligent. I'm just a regular street nigga that's filled with overflowing abundantly with the creator. That's it. That's it. That's all. I ain't nothing special. Y'all the same as me. All you gotta do is pray, meditate, and ask for discernment and ask for the spirit to overcome you and it become natural, just like frying chicken, scrambling eggs. You understand what I'm saying? For real. So I'm coming from that standpoint. So don't keep attacking me with dogma and religion and all that shit because, yeah, it is, but you got to live the tenets. That's it. The bottom line of all religions that are based upon the good God, the right God, the God of love and light, that God, not the darkness, the other side. We talking about the other side. Just live those tenets. I ain't never going to go against you, Muslim, Christian, or Jew. But don't attack me with religion, because all you're doing is reading words. Show me how to cast out show me a better technique than the one I do to cast out spirits. I ain't never really cast out a demon. I keep saying that, and I don't want to act like I actually seen a person full on possessed, because I ain't never did that. The spirits that was attached to me, those spirits, yeah, I done seen somebody's eyes go from dim to light and apologize in the moment that spirit left. And all I was doing was saying a mantra in my head: Christ's unconditional love, Christ's unceasing love light. Christ's unconditional love, Christ's unceasing love light. Christ's unconditional, and I said it for an hour before that person approached me. And I'm saying it the whole time. The whole time I'm saying it in my head over and over and over again. And as he walking to me with the razor that I know he want to cut me with, he walks up to me, and when he get close enough that I can see his eyes, the whites of his eyes go from grayish to white, like, and he'd be like, yo, bro, my bad, bro, my bad. I know he wasn't coming to apologize because I see what's in him as he's walking to me. And the minute he get to me, I see his eyes switch. It happened to me twice. That time I willingly and knowingly, not saying I willingly and knowingly did it like I knew that I was going to do that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that time I was saying it, trying to change the vibration of the atmosphere and putting a force field shield of protection around me. And I prayed for him the night before, and I asked to fill him overflowing with love, light, and conditional love. I asked that he see me as his brother. I asked that he know that he meant me no harm. And I asked that he be released. I asked that he find what I found. I did it all night. So when he came to me, I didn't know that was going to happen, but it happened. But I knew that I did it because I knew what I did. So that's the first time it happened. That's the second time it happened. The first time it happened, I was arguing with a female. She was having sex with me and a multitude of men, and she was a Gemini. So not only did she have a multiple personality due to her zodiac sign, and please, Christians, don't attack me. A lot of these things are sciences. They could say, oh, that's the devil and all this, but a lot of these things are sciences, man. That's it. Apples grow at a certain time. Grapes grow at a certain time. The trees blossom at a certain time. Well, souls are led into this reality at certain times, and those souls have different vibrations due to the time they come into this physical matter down here on the third dimension. So again, because she was a Gemini, she has certain personality traits, and she was sleeping with a multitude of men. And she was a white girl, which means she was more subjective to these spirits. Not being racist is just a soul thing. And it's nothing against them. Y'all know anybody who know here, I tell you, there's some white people that have 5 times more love and light than another African American. Maybe some even you was raised in the house with, y'all. So don't take what I'm saying that way. I'm just telling a story. I can't tell a story without giving the whole basis of how I view things and how I know things to be. So the first time I seen somebody's eyes change, and she was going through her white girl, oh, you this Bucky, I hate you, boo, with a knife in her hand, and she grabbed the knife. And if she grabbed the knife, I don't know, it's like karate, y'all. If you ever watch a karate movie or in the Matrix, when you vibrating high, you do shit without thinking. And what you do actually happens perfectly, and you didn't think about it. I swear, it's just like the movie. So as she grabbed the knife, when she grabbed the knife, and she had the knife in one hand and she had her other hand, and as she came up, I just grabbed like this, and I grabbed her. The knife didn't cut me, didn't touch me. And when I grabbed it, I like pushed her against the wall, like not like to hurt her, just a little brush. Like I grabbed it and I like backed her into the wall, and the minute she hit the wall, I saw her eyes change. And she started crying. She dropped the knife. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. And I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm thinking she about to call the police. The neighbors done heard her in there because she was calling me a bunch of niggas and saying I was trying to beat her. Y'all know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I'm drug dealing I'm a street dude at this time. But I still have my spiritual awakening. I'll get into that later. I was in a transition, y'all. So when I say I have my spiritual awakening, don't by no means think that in 2012 I found Christ and was living by it, because I still wasn't. I had changed a lot, but I still wasn't. So I thought to get out of it. She was crying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. And you know what she started saying, y'all? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I know it wasn't her. I know it wasn't her. As I'm telling y'all right now, I know it wasn't her. So that's twice with me seeing a spirit leave somebody right in the moment they was about to do something they ain't had no business. So I could see it on them. I didn't see it on myself. I didn't see it on myself. I seen it on them, but I didn't see it on myself. But the reason why I believed the brother when he told me he pulled a bunch of spirits up out of me, the reason why I believed him, because I remember my little brothers and my little homies telling me about shit that I did. I remember when you did this, you cut this, you stabbed this, remember the day? And I swear to y'all, I'm like, I don't even remember. I don't. I'm like, yeah. Sometimes as the story keep going, you'll know bits and pieces of it. You might know how it started, and you might know like bits and pieces, but the whole violent act, I don't even remember. I'm telling y'all that. The whole actual, I'm not saying all the time. There was things I did I remember, but there's things I did that I don't even remember. I'll be like, I don't remember that. You know what I'm saying? So trust me, I ain't gonna say I know what's going on down here, because that'd be a spirit of pride. I have an idea what's going on down here, y'all. I have an idea what's going on down here, y'all. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. And I'm telling these things not to sound like I know much or no super conspiracy dude. I'm not up here for that. What I'm up here for is to tell y'all to remain vigilant. And that in these end times or these last days, if these are the end times in the last days, if these are those times, because everybody thought it was the time when it was daytime, right? But if these are, like I'm kind of feeling it is, then I'm only here to tell you, keep your relationship with the Most High, y'all. And you don't got to be a Bible thumper. You don't got to go to church every day, all day. All those things help. You know what I'm saying? As you know how y'all buying all them AR-15s and all them weapons because y'all want to be prepared just in case the lights don't come on tomorrow. Well, the same way you prepare like that, well, if you got extended clips and shoulder straps and all the amenities that go with these miraculous, instruments of death that you buying, well then shit, you need to get you a Bible then, or Quran, or a Bhagavad Gita, whatever it is you upon, the Numa Elish, whatever you upon, the Mahabharata, whatever it is you upon. Get into it. Get into it. Even if you're on the light side of Wiccan or Ifa, whatever, if you're on the light side of it and you performing it from a space of love and light, I'm not your soul, so I'm not gonna judge what you doing or what's going on with you if you're doing it with love and light in your heart and righteousness. Just prepare, y'all. Get geared up, because this, not for nothing, this all we got. Because you're not gonna beat nobody who come to take nothing. If the devil come for you, you're not gonna beat it with no firearm, y'all. Only God can get you out of that gun battle or protect your house. Them bullets ain't gonna protect nothing. It's not. You know how many tough people or military trained people or all these people, you know how many of them don't, because they living by that. If you think a gun is gonna protect you, then a gun is more than likely gonna be the thing that comes to take you out. For real. Your kids could stop bullets. You could stop bullets. Nah, I ain't stopped the bullet yet. But you can though. You think Neo stopped the bullet? Bruce Leroy stopped the bullet? Yeah. Luke Skywalker stopped the bullet? Yeah, you could stop that bullet. Because you know why? Because the all in all, Most High overstands who you are. And when you vibrating high and you becoming a reflection of that all in all, then you have the same powers of the all in all. I ain't never stopped no bullet, but I stopped razors. I done stopped fists. I done stopped car crashes. I done stopped all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? For real. Her eyes black turned black and white of her eyes. Then Jesus melted me to the floor. Oh, I ain't get to see your thing, Rob. Yeah, yeah. Oh nah, you fight with them. You don't attack the person. You gotta fight with the entity connected to them, y'all. You know what I'm saying? You gotta fight with the entity. And as I tell you that story about the girl with the knife, this how you know that I was still I started still dealing with her. I started still dealing with her, y'all. I'm being honest. And the girl wasn't racist. Like, she dressed like black folk. All her babies by black folk. She ain't racist in one bit. But as soon as she get mad, she call you all kind of N-words. And she talk like, I'm telling you, this girl from Pennsylvania, and she talk like New York people because she been around all the New York drug dealers her whole life. She don't talk white. But guess what? When she got mad, she turned right back into a white girl. And when the white people sin, she's like, he's assaulting me. And she used proper words and she don't talk slang no more. But that's a spirit. I used to, yo, bro, she got like 4 different names. And when, be mindful spiritually too of these people with 500 different names, y'all. Be married. I was one. My name Charles. People who know me a long time, they call me Charlie. When a person called me Charlie, I knew they know me since a kid. Everybody who know me since some people still call me Charlie to this day. You know what I'm saying? And then streets, then I became Chuck. Then a lot of people knew me as Chuck. So when somebody called me Chuck, I knew they knew me from young all the way to the blood phase. When somebody called me, I know where they know me by. But when the multitude of people call me Bucks, oh, that's that blood nigga that had all kind of spirits and demons attached to him. Bucks is the street nigga. That's the terrible gang banging. That's Bucks. So when people call me Bucks, I know where you knew me as Bucks. If you call me Chuck, Charlie, I know how you knew me. I know how you knew me. But soul is what I go by now. I'm a soul, man. I ain't none of that. Yeah, I'm naturally Charles still. That's my birth-given name and all of that. But I ain't even him because he was born in sin. He was born in sin, and Charles was corrupted a long time ago. Charlie was corrupted a long time ago because Charlie was molested, so Charlie started humping, and Charlie started touching family members, and Charlie was doing a whole bunch of shit he ain't had no business doing either. So I can't even ascribe to that name. I'm soul. That's all I am. And I'm a spirit down here having a human experience, y'all. That's all I am. I done did every sin known to man, y'all. And right now, as I'm standing in front of y'all, I have no hatred in my heart, no fear in my heart, no pride in my heart, none of that. And the second it creeps in for whatever moment, I cancel it. I cancel it. Even when y'all see people attack me up here, be lighthearted. I be trying to teach them. So I throw word semantics at them left and right and jabs. And it ain't because I'm mad. It's because I'm trying to teach them as I go back and forth with words. You know what I'm saying? I don't be getting mad. I barely, especially with people I don't know. I never get mad at people I don't know. I got to check myself with my loved ones and the people I love and care about. They be the only ones that get me mad. When I was in transition, I used to tell my family members, I only argue with you, which was true. I could only argue with people I care about because I'm arguing because I'm not trying to harm you physically and I'm passionate about what we're talking about. So I'm arguing back and forth with you because I love you enough to try to make you understand or understand what I'm saying. If I didn't care about you or you didn't mean nothing to me, I would either assault you physically or I wouldn't be arguing with you because I would say you was right. You could say that rain is green and I'm be like, oh yeah, I saw green rain sometimes. I was one of them people. I've been one of them people for a long time. I never corrected people I ain't care about. I'm serious, y'all. You know how some people, and I read tons of books. I got people right now who see me on these chats, right? They be like, we ain't know you knew the Bible so well. You was all up in church and you ain't never said nothing because I was never one of them people. What do I get out of going back and forth with somebody about what they believe? That would be me just trying to show you that I know something. What is that gonna do? It ain't gonna do nothing for you or nothing for me. You know what I'm saying? When the little young dudes, they watching Lil Durk in them, I watch Lil Durk in them too. I wouldn't, you know what I mean? Then if one of them turned to me and said, because they used to do it in jail. What the checkerboard floor mean? I break down duality in the Masonic temple and in the pillar of Jacob and Boaz and how he's standing in authority through the keys of Solomon, and I start breaking it down, the duality, what this mean, what that mean. If they ask me, and some of the young niggas will look at me and be like, yeah, but you be right here watching it with us. Like, yeah, I'm watching it, but I know what I'm watching. But it's not up to me to say to you or try to deter you unless I know you want to be deterred. Now, when I seen the ones who was questioning things, and I could see the spirit like I used to be, because I never just accepted nothing. I always watched and paid attention. When you grow up around crackheads, dope fiends, pimps, and prostitutes, you pay attention. You have to pay attention. You become a studier of people from a child, because you have to realize if this trick is a nice trick or a bad trick. Is this crackhead a bad crackhead or a good crackhead? Especially if it's when it's in your home. So you start to study people from young. So once I became a studier of people, I never felt it was important to just want to know something or impress somebody with what I know or what I thought I knew. Like I gave this the analogy of when I used to not eat meat. When I didn't eat meat, I wasn't one of the people who was constantly around. You know, when people, they stop eating meat or they don't eat pork, they be so fast and tell, I don't eat that. They want to be all prideful. Yeah, I don't eat pork, or, oh no, I don't eat red meat. I'm a vegan. I was one of those dudes. I would never even say it. You would be there, yeah, oh man, this pork chop tastes so good. I'd be like, yeah, that shit look good. Because I'm speaking from the fact that I know that pork chop is good because I used to eat pork chops. But even though I ain't ate pork in 27 years, like towards the end of the 27 years, I didn't used to say it. I knew it tastes good to him because it used to taste good to me. Shit, I used to be like, I ain't ate pork in 27 years, but I still be missing chitlins. I wish they made like a organic chitlins that tastes exactly like chitlins, but not chitlins. I would eat them when I would. You know what I'm saying? I was never one of them people. Like, what difference does it make because you don't eat pork or you don't eat meat or you're a vegan or you? What difference does that make? Tell a person why you don't eat it, and if you can help them and show them because it's not good for them or whatever, then do that. But sometimes if you know it's not, the person not gonna change the person's mind, what are you really doing here? But bragging that you don't eat something, who cares? What is that doing for anybody? You know what I'm saying? Hello, Rob. I'm also still here in our hood, South Central Los Angeles, and I love it. South Central in the building. That's what's up, man. Thank you. Thank you. Subscribe to my channel, y'all. I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all. I love y'all, man. If y'all here, y'all supposed to be here. Everybody that's here supposed to be here. If it's your first time, your third time, if you're going to reoccur if you can. Man, I'm promising y'all. I should have said this when it was 300 people in here, but it don't matter if it was 2 people in here. But on this channel, y'all, I'm going to help y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Through my life experience, how to heal ourselves and clean ourselves up and teach our energy. That's it. Just energy. This is all energy, man. How to keep your vibration high, not from a religious or dogmatic standpoint, but just from a life and energy point. This is all exchange. All relationships down here on this third dimension are energetic exchanges. So when you learn energy and you learn these exchanges, there's certain ways that you can get the best out of all energetic exchanges. You have to guard your energy. You have to guard it. You have to not guard it because it's yours, because we're all of the all in all and we are in the same. But what I mean by guarded is not allow lower vibrational shit to enter into your reality. But you can only do that through forgiveness. You have to first learn to forgive yourself and others. You have to, because that's the biggest electrical charge. You know how when you get caught, in court, you get a charge? It's the same in the spiritual realm. That's why they call it a charge. You know what I'm saying? That's why currency is called a currency, because the current of the sea, a sea current, creates energy, right? Water, when it flows, it creates energy. It's a charge. That's why your money's in the bank. What is a bank? A bank is where the money is held, and a bank is where the water, which is the currency, is held. This is all Arab and maritime law. You know what I'm saying? It's an energy exchange. It's an energetic exchange. All of our relationships. So this is a channel based on love, light, and healing energy. And we gonna get in the dark energy too, because you gotta know what you up against. You gotta be able to see. And I'll give you little tools on how to have discernment and stuff like that. But all it is what Christ was doing, and some of these prophets was doing, because some of these prophets were not in love and light either. Some of them prophets was on a different type of frequency. You know what I'm saying? It ain't all good and it ain't all bad either, y'all. Human beings playing, but the need to realize how horrible hell is the demon beg to go into the pigs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, beloved. I appreciate you. Hold on, let me read this real quick because this looks like it's important. Let me explain my mind on how some people have heavy confused hearts that draws them to hurt another. Yes, yes. Some humans do, but sometimes what we don't realize is people who enjoy, like when they say hurt people, that's a true saying. That's a true bill. Hurt people do hurt people. But what I be trying to do is I be trying to figure out what hurt the person who became a herder of people. What made him do that or her do that? What is it that did that? You have to identify that spirit and cast that spirit out in whatever form. I just say Yahshua Yahweh, Jesus the Christ. I was taught that for some guys who wasn't Christians, and it worked for me. So that's what I do. If you do it in the name of whatever God you do and it works, then do that. Replace Christ with that. Who am I to say yours is right and mine is wrong, as long as it works? So I just say what I do. That's it, y'all. I'm not saying, yo, do this, you have to do this, or you going to hell, or Jesus ain't with you. That ain't for me to say. That ain't for me to say, y'all. I don't believe that. And if Yahshua Yahweh, Jesus the Christ, actually lived and he actually was here right now, the stuff that they do in his name and the things that they say, he's going to be saying, I never told you that. If you read it with discernment, he never told y'all that. He know that some people might not know his name. He know that there's some places, part of this world, they might unalive you for saying his name. He knows that some of us here were not born to worship him. Some of us was meant to be Muslim. Some of us was meant to be pagan. Some of us was meant to be Jew. And I'm not saying that Muslims are bad, because Muslim, I believe, Islam, Gabriel, the angel, went to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to civilize that particular race of people. They needed Islam. That's what they needed to be civilized, because before that, they were oh man, my brain be getting fried sometime. They worshipped Aru Mazda and the god of duality. They were what's your names? I know the name, man. Sometimes my brain freezes up. But that's what they was upon. So he was sent, the angel Gabriel, to them, or Jibril, that they say in Islam. He was sent to the Prophet Muhammad, a person who couldn't even read. So he knew those people had to be civilized. So all things are righteous in their intent. But sometimes with power, like I said a couple hours ago, with ultimate power becomes ultimate corruption all the time. You know what I'm saying? So some things are corrupt. And Christianity is one of the most corrupt religions on the face of this earth, because the papacy, the Roman Catholic Church, are the most demonic, possessed people on the face of this planet. And in the Vatican, or under the Vatican, there's a deity or entity that drinks the life force of children. That's why they do what they do to what they do. I don't want to talk too crazy, because you know what I mean? But y'all know what I'm saying. Y'all know what I'm saying. Y'all know what I'm saying. The new Dalai Judaism is our proper primary religion. I mean, if you are of Judah, but kind of, sort of. But you know, Judah wasn't just doing righteousness. You know, Judah worshiped idols too. So even if you know in the Torah and the Quran, you see that they was a stiff-necked people. So constantly they were upon other type of belief systems, constantly, continuously. So that didn't change now. It's still the same. My question, go ahead. Tell me your question while I can see you. What's your question? Ancient Kemet. Yep, ancient Africa, the land of black. That's what Kemet is. Chemical, alchemical is who we are. But we're more ancient than Kemet, though, y'all. We're more ancient than Africa. We're more ancient than Egypt, because Egypt was after the last reset. What were we before the reset? What were we before the reset? You know, there was a reset. You know, the reset they talk about in the Matrix. The reset they talk about in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. There was resets. This shit been... Egypt is on ground now, but what about when the Sahara Desert was an ocean? Because you know they found whale bones in the Sahara Desert. So if there was whale bones in the Sahara Desert, right? Then where was Egypt? If you dig into Egypt long enough, you're gonna find whale bones. So what was we when there was whales in Egypt? When some of them civilizations that's underwater in Japan, or underwater in the Black Sea, or underwater right here between North America, America and The Bermuda Triangle, when that was civilization was upon water, was above water, and these civilizations was underwater, what were we then? So I don't try to get into words, man. It's because I got an old soul, man. I have a real old ancient soul. A lot of us. Let me see a question. Why does my eyes turn white when I sleep? Is my question. You mean the whites of your eyes? Probably because your eyes be rolled in the back of your head, and the only thing that could be seen is the whites of your eyes. So if somebody say your eyes be white when you be sleep, because my great grandmother, she used to sleep with her eyes open. Her eyes didn't fully close when she sleep. She had big bug eyes, real big eyes. So when she used to sleep, my great grandmother, if you look at her, you catch her eyes will be white. You'll see the little bit of her eyes and it'll be white. That's because her pupils were fur up in the back of her head, so all you see is the white. So I would walk in on her and it looked like her eyes is open, but they're all white, but she be asleep. So that's probably why. I have to be very careful with religion, man-made. Fools rush even when angels try lightly. That's a fact. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? And I don't pump religion, bro. I don't pump religion. I pump spirituality. I just use Yahshua the Howard, Jesus the Christ, the God of the Christians as my anchor, because if I don't say it, because I've been down here fighting with demons, if I choose not to say his name and because somebody read something, all right, let me give y'all an example, right? If I know that I don't move spirits and change vibrations and pull spirits off and out of people by saying that name, I don't care what another brother's religion is, but I'm not gonna go back and forth. Is because I can't embrace what you embrace, because now if that happens again and I can't say that name, I might not have the same turnout. I might not be protected. I might not be able to. So why would I give up something that I know works in the spiritual realm because somebody read more than me and they could quote the Bible more than me or quote the Quran more than me or they have all this ancient knowledge more than me, but they're talking about something they read, but they haven't done anything in the spirit realm. And I ain't talking about put spells on people, because anybody with, certain forms of Ifa, Yoruba, all these other things, they can do things that actually do work. You understand what I'm saying? But when I know what I got stops what they can do, and I can still do other things for protection, why would I find another for me? Now that doesn't mean that someone with another belief system ain't done the same things, but I just know what works for me. And I'm not saying what they did didn't work, because they probably do. Because you know what? At the deep core root of it all, I'm gonna give y'all a secret, because I read Christ says something like this in one of the books that's not in the Bible. You know what he said when I read in one of the lost books of the Bible, when Christ was in heaven, when all the prophets was in heaven, they was kind of mad that Christ brought up the thief that was on the cross with him. And they was like, yo, you had I think he rescued Moses out of hell and a couple other ones out of hell. So this book say, right? And while they all up in heaven, the thief that was on the cross with Jesus, was in heaven with him. And they was mad. The prophets was mad. They was like, yo, why he up here? Like, we was good our whole lives. And you mean to tell me right before they unalived y'all, he still made it to heaven? Christ looked at him and said, y'all want to know a secret? It don't really matter what you do down there. Only thing that matters is that you believe deep in your heart that you going to heaven, and you gonna go to heaven. That's what this book said, y'all. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I know my Christians gonna attack me and be like, that's blasphemous. But I'm gonna take the root of what was said in that. And you know what the root of it is? Because somebody said this to me. The brothers who pulled spirits out of me and taught me how to use Christ consciousness, they don't even believe in the Bible. I do, but they don't. I believe in it in the way of the stories and what it's actually saying, but I don't believe everything the way most Christians do, right? But let me tell you this. They don't believe in the Bible. But you know what that proves with what Christ said? The brother said Christ is a consciousness, not a being. And it works because you believe it. So I know that to be true. If there's a person who's Christian who believe everything, single thing in the Bible, it don't mean that they're misled, because if they believe it and they believe it with all their heart and soul, guess what? You can't put a spell on them. And when they pray for something, they get it. And they going to heaven. Same thing with a Muslim. Same thing with a child of Israel. Same thing with a Jew. Same thing with we could go on and on and on and on. The same thing with the God of the love and light, because you're going to go back to love and light. all the other ones who are doing stuff for wickedness, physical shit. If you doing something physical for something physical, if you got to give your God something physical, then that means you dealing with a physical God who has physical emotions, and that means your ass gonna physically come back here. And that's not me hating on your belief. I'm just saying it's just as above, so below. Things show you what they are and what they require. Damn, that's the Holy Spirit. I ain't even mean to say that. That shit just came out. Things show you what they are by what they require. Fear me. So this is a fear God. Right? Give me some food. Give me my favorite eggs. Give me this. Give me that. Oh, it's a take God. I'm jealous. I'm envious. Oh, it's a jealous and envious God. It's showing you what it is. I don't serve a jealous God or envious God or a God that need me to sacrifice a dead bear or lemon tree. I don't. That's not who I serve. I don't serve that. What I serve don't need nothing but me loving and lighting and loving and lighting its creation, or not even its creation, what spawned from it, because it didn't create anything. Things spawned from it and begin to create, and it knew that it was going to create. And as those things begin to spawn from it and to create, it's just up there like, look at my creation. I can't be mad at my creation because my creation is the creation that came from me without me wanting to do it, and it just did what it wanted to do. And I understand why it worship all this other shit. I know why they do what they do, because I know everything, because I am everything. But there is a good God and there is a bad God. There is a light, there is a dark. There is a happy God, there is a sad God. There is. But above that is the all in all, and it's not a he nor a she. I'm just saying. the all in all that the good God and the bad God emanated from comes from an all in all that is not consciously jealous or envious or mad at nobody. It is what it is. It's the all in all. It knew everything you was going to do, so it don't judge you for everything it's going to do. There's a God set there to judge you, right? Do God, if somebody fall out the window, did God make the person fall out the window? No. Gravity made the person fall out the window, right? If you touch fire and you get burnt, did God burn you? No. Fire burnt you. There is laws and entities and energies down here on this third dimension that are put in place to do all these things. Hate, envy, lust, joy, happy, sad, light, dark. There's something in control of every single one of those things. The all in all knows this, so the all in all don't turn to one of those things. How could the all in all be jealous when jealous is lower vibrational? There's humans who get incapable of jealousy, but the God can't. That make it make sense. There's entities that are unable to not be jealous, but the all in all is incapable of being jealous because the all in all is jealous. Do you understand? If you can make something that's not normally jealous, then it becomes jealous. Do y'all get what I'm saying? You can't make jealous, right? Because jealous is always jealous. If jealous is an energy or entity, you can't make jealous because jealous is always jealous. And if you become jealous, that means you became other than yourself and you became the entity of jealous. So how could the all in all, who is everything, become jealous when it is jealous because it's everything? So you can't make it jealous because it overstands what jealous is, because jealousy spawned from the all in all. I don't know if I'm making sense or am I talking in riddles. I don't know. I know some of y'all, most of y'all know it because I'm speaking to the soul of y'all who overstand, and it's making sense. Because you understand what's going on. Some people ain't, but it ain't for everybody. Like Jesus said, only goes to the children of Israel. When Shorty said, oh, can I have water, master? She said, I only came to give water to the children of Israel. And she said, well, even dogs can eat from the table, and he gave her some water. Because even though he knew that she came from a spirit that may not understand or understand what he was saying, when she said that, he knew that she heard him. So he gave her some water. All right, well, now you can have some water. You understand? That's why he spoke in parables. If you don't understand it, it ain't for you. If you hear it, then you know, then you hear it. That's just how it is down here. Some people hear DMX. When I heard DMX's wife talking about DMX, and she was like, yeah, because, you know, I fell in love with Earl. DMX, I ain't want nothing to do with DMX. I didn't want nothing to do with him. Nothing. I loved Earl. I loved him till he went to the grave. You know, he was fighting his demons. I know he was fighting his demons, but I loved Earl. DMX, I ain't want nothing to do with DMX. I heard what she said. Did y'all hear what she said? Did y'all hear what she said? Everybody didn't hear what she said. I heard what she said though. She was saying, I love the guy before he sold his soul in them contracts. When he was broken, he was poor, and he was Earl, and he was fighting his demons. That's the person I love. When he went in there and went with them Kabbalah clashes and them Chaldean magic workers, when he went behind them and started dealing with them and fed more of his darker self and became Dark Man X, because that's his name, DMX, that's what it stands for. When he became his dark one self, when he became that, she ain't want nothing to do with him. And that's why he fought with himself in the music. Sometimes he was preaching and sometimes he was Damon. And he told y'all who he was. You know what I'm saying? She knew that. So when she speaks like that, she's speaking to them and she's speaking to us, the children of light, that know that she's talking about a real demon, and she's saying that she loved the kid his mother gave birth to, the light side of him, but she didn't love the dark side of him. And some people will hear that same story and think, when they say the guy who just unalived his 8 children, the whole time, I've been watching it for the last 2 days now, when he unalived his 8 children, he was telling people to pray for him and to get the voices out of his head, to get the demons out of his head. Just go watch it. I got on here and said that he was possessed. Some people probably thinking I'm a conspiracy theorist, but just go watch it. How could somebody hear what was going on and people still, when you go on YouTube and say what really happened, why he unalived his 8 children? Those are the children they're not from that soul group. So when I say God is the all in all is not jealous because it can't become jealousy, that's the same as him saying, get the demons out of my head and pray for forgiveness, and he go unalive them people, and people like, oh, he had mental health issues. If you didn't hear that he said he had demons and you didn't look in his eyes, I put his picture back up here and saw that he didn't have no soul in him. And it's a black lady, if y'all see it, she got on the all purple when they do the interview. She was like, he ain't had no soul. You could look in his eyes. I said that before I saw the video. You can't see that man had a demon in him? Some of us can't. Some of us can't. And those are the same people would be like, read the Bible and be like, an envious God and a jealous God and fear God. That ain't God. I mean, it is God. It ain't the all in all. It is God, excuse me. It is God. It's not the all in all though, y'all. My mistake. I'm sorry I miss Rosie for being disrespectful. Stay in the light. But yeah, y'all, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna come back on at 8 o'clock. Tonight between I think 8 o'clock. I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying, for being here with me. I make sense, then subscribe to my channel if I make sense. Nah, for real, y'all. Subscribe, like, share this out to a couple people. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of work to do. I want to figure out how I can let people call in. I don't know if YouTube do that, because I ain't the type of person, I don't want to just sit up here and keep talking. I mean, I do, but I also want to hear y'all. I want y'all to hear me, because when I get to talking, I can't read all the comments, and sometimes the comments be too negative for me to slow down and read it, and I don't like not being able to interact for real, instead of just talking all the time. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. I appreciate y'all. So as I get this computer and I get all these things up, because I see on other channels people be calling and stuff like that. I think I saw it on here. I don't know if that was TikTok. I think it was here. So I'm going to figure all of that out, y'all. You know what I'm saying? That's what this channel going to be about. It's going to be about growth, energy, whatever answers I can answer, whatever y'all can teach me or show me. And that's how we're going to vibrate down here. I want to, show y'all, if y'all understand what crystals are. We want to get into the study of crystals and stuff like sage to help move stuff around, certain incense. All this is in the Bible, though, in the Quran and all these other forms of spirituality. You know what I'm saying? In the name of Christ, in the name of these spirits and some of these things, and also how to make holy water or prayer water, because when you make holy water or prayer water, it will cleanse your body, it will cleanse your house. I make it all the time, y'all. Stop drinking out of plastic, stop eating out of styrofoam. It's little small things you could do to heighten your vibrations and to feed your spirits. Tiny things. These tiny little things. And if you do, you do. You don't, you don't. You know what I'm saying? It's not for me to say that this is what you need to do if that's what you want. If you're trying to do certain things down here on this third dimension before you know what I'm saying, expire in this human flesh and make a transition into to the next realm of reality, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all. Underboss. Love you, brother. I love you too, beloved. I love you too. Remain grounded in the name of Jesus Christ, who is with me and all since you've been found. Amen, amen, and amen, beloved. Rainwater is good too. It's just so much shit in it. You know what I'm saying? But it's good though. I haven't used rainwater to make healing water and prayer water. I haven't used it, but it is a good practice when it rains real good to go out in your backyard if you have one, or in the park, wherever you could go, even if you go on the street. Even if you go on the street, it ain't no voodoo or no superstition stuff like that. Man, it's your connection to the all in all. But before I go, I want to say something. Sister said something about rainwater. So I can subscribe, please. Please read my question above. Rainwater? I see. Okay, can you read my question, please? I see it say rainwater. All right, let me find what you said, Amun. I apologize. Please read my question for follow-up. All right, I'm trying to find it. Type it again while I'm looking for it, just in case. Oh, chapter 33 is no coincidence. So, well, in regards to the paragraph, the grape, and that's what it refers to respectfully. Oh, of Tamar, I think. I think that's what happened to Tamar. Yeah, I wasn't. You know what's crazy? I didn't have it there for that. You see the highlighted one over here in the side and the highlighted one? That I took pictures of that because that's when Jacob wrestled with the angel. I used that for hip hop because that's where I believe the spirit of hip hop came in, beloved. That's why I it's for this. I had it on this page for this one and this one. I didn't mean you talking about this right here. I think that's Tamar. Yeah. I didn't mean to even put it there, but I get what you're saying. You turned 33 in 2 months. In 2012, I turned 33, beloved, and that's when I had my spiritual awakening. Now, with Christianity, we got to get a little careful with the 33 because the Freemasons, they like to say Christ was, resurrected at 33 and all of that, right? Some of that stuff is embellished, but 33 is an important number because 3 is spirit. So 33 means you have a double dose of spirit. That's a very important age, man. I turned 33 in 2012, and that's when I had my spiritual awakening. But I was just fortunate that it was a shift in 2012 too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but you definitely in the spiritual realm. That you definitely are an adult spiritually. That is a fact. That is a fact. Is it safe to read Madame Blavatsky? I got 2 of her books in there. I got The Secrets of Isis. I got 1 and 2 of that. And what was the other one I had of hers that I lost? It's safe to read anything if you pray and meditate and you looking for overstanding. You know what I'm saying? I read her. You know what I'm saying? But don't just take my word for it. Sometimes when people tell me things and I trust in them, I don't read it. I just be like, all right, I know what it is. But you can read her though. They study her. She's the reason. A lot of I think the person who invented baseball, he studied under her. She from the late 1800s though. I'm saying her teachings. They didn't study directly under her, but her teachings is what a lot of the Rosicrucians, the Order of the Golden Dawn, a lot of those secret societies, they worship up under her. You know what I'm saying? And Tyler Perry, that's why he calls himself Tyler Perry. A lot of them worship her. But yeah, you can read anything if you pray and meditate. Yeah, a lot of celebrities died at 33. Pimp C, Nipsey. Yeah, Nipsey sacrificed himself at 33. That's why his son is named Cross, right? Google it. His son is named Cross. Nipsey's son is named Cross. Him and what's shorty? You know what I'm talking about, Nunu from the movie Laura London. Yeah, Laura London. These people see what they do, right? Not to get on my super conspiracy stuff before I get out of here, right? Because I'm trying to answer the little stuff that come about. Because I don't like to just even seem like I'm ignoring people. It was just going fast, and I got something to do. But yeah, Laura London, Nipsey sacrificed himself. He knew that he was going to be sacrificed. He gave himself to an entity for fame and fortune, and he did that for his family. Like, y'all see how noble he was and how much he loved the community? That's how he was for his family. So when he did what he did, he was like, man, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but he knew he was getting into a form of spirituality, and he sold his soul just so his family could be rich and have what they have. He was like, fuck it. I could have died gangbanger, so let me do what I'm gonna do and make sure my family's straight. But he knew it. That's why he died at 33. He named his son Cross. And if you watch, they had a magazine article in the GQ magazine. If you could Google the GQ magazine, when they interviewed him and her, it's called a LA Love Story. It's in the GQ magazine. And in the interview, when they was talking to Laura London, he didn't pass away yet. So Laura London was like, yeah, when I was having my baby Cross, I knew that this was great, and I had to make a sacrifice. You have to sacrifice down here. This is what she's saying in that article with her and Nipsey before he passed away. And nobody gave me this. I read it and I seen it. Some of the shit I say, y'all think I read somewhere, but I swear, when you vibrating high and the all in all knows your purpose, it'll give you shit. Cause I was around Dipset. I was a good rapper. I grew up with them niggas. So I had to be shown first through hip hop that it was demonic in order for me to see it all out in the world, even though I was seeing it and not understanding it. But anyway, in that article, she said in order to have her son Cross, she had to make a sacrifice and have the baby. She said, so I chose my baby. So what she's saying is she was supposed to play in some movie. I can't remember the movie. I remember the article, but I can't remember all of it. But they asked her to do some movie, but she knew she was pregnant. So she was like, nah, I'm not giving up my baby. Two ways: to have an abortion so she could get the role, but the abortion would have came in form of her sacrificing her child to have that bigger role. So she said, nah, I didn't do that. I chose my child and I chose life. A couple of months later, Nipsey was unalive. So they named their son Cross. He died at 33. And then when you watch his ceremony, there's a pastor who's not really a Christian. He has a Masonic ring on. And that pastor gets on the pulpit and said, Nipsey Hussle was our Jesus Christ. Now, y'all know like I know, especially my good Christians, there's 150 people in here. So I know there's at least 27 good Christians in here. Y'all know like I know that ain't no real Christian, man of God, gonna get up there and say Nipsey Hussle is our new Jesus Christ. I don't care how good he was to the community. I don't care how loving and gentle and kind he was. Y'all know for a fact that ain't no good pastor, man of God, gonna get up there and say Jesus Christ is Nipsey Hussle is our new Jesus Christ. But that pastor is a Freemason. He had the ring on. When I Googled the video, when I got out, you could see the Masonic ring on. So yeah, Nipsey Hussle sacrificed himself at 33. He knew he was gonna get sacrificed. And I'm gonna tell y'all how he knew he was gonna get sacrificed. Guess what the song was after Nipsey Hussle was unalive? What song was all over the radio, y'all? You can't make this up. Google hit the first single that came out during and after the time of his unalivement. Y'all know what it was? All My Life. Grinding all my life. That's right. Sacrifice. Hustle paid the price. That's right. All my life. I've been grinding all my life. That's right. Sacrifice. Hustle paid the price. That's the video. We can say conspiracy or we want to say conspiracy. That actually happened, y'all. That was the video after he unalived, because I ain't never heard of him till right before he got unalived. I never heard of him. So when he got unalived, I saw the spirit on the holder dude. You could see the spirit on him. That was a spiritual hit. And what people got to realize, now y'all got me still going, but it's okay. I'm going to still go, y'all. What people, Lauren is in the video too. Oh, it is? I don't think I saw the video, matter of fact. I gotta see the video. I don't think I saw the video, but she been around. She's upon some stuff too. She been around Diddy, Lil Wayne. She is higher up in what they higher up in. And she played a part in it. Not saying she got him unalive. That's not what I'm saying. Because he knew he was gonna get unalive. But y'all get what I'm saying. Y'all get what I'm saying. His mother, listen to his mother at the thing. Y'all know his mother was upon something. His mother might have been the one who brought that spirituality to him, and him being loyal, because he's a die-hard loyal dude. He's one of us in his natural self. But just like I became a gangbanger and I was robbing and stealing and kidnapping, but I was paying people rent and filling people's refrigerators, I was like a Robin Hood too in that way. So we be doing the wrong shit. If Nipsey would have found Christ, he would have been changing millions of people's lives. He was powerful. He was a powerful young brother. You know what I'm saying? So had he found Christ, Islam or whatever, and really been upon his tenets, he would have changed millions of people. But he knew that he wanted to get famous and he wanted his family to be rich. So he was like, fuck it, I'm going to just give myself up. And to be honest with you, there was a time where I would have did the same thing. So I know where he was coming from. You know what I'm saying? May his soul rest in peace or find peace wherever it's at. You know what I'm saying? He knew what he was doing though, y'all. He knew what he was doing. So don't cry for him. That was a spiritual hit. He ain't know what time, he ain't know the place, but he knew that he was gonna have to give himself up, like the dude XX Chestion. You know what I'm saying? Just like him. He said he was gonna get sacrificed. He was sacrificing himself for the video. That video sad. He said it's a suicide note in the video, y'all. He said, I'm gonna sacrifice myself for the family, for my family. He said it. You know, but these kids, that's why I'm here, because I want to show these kids like what's really going on down here. Go away, bro. You ain't it. See, I was trying to get out of here, but that's the devil. They're gonna send one good troll to try to push me off from what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So he sacrificed himself, and in the song he's telling you, all my life, grinding all my life. That's right. Sacrifice, hustle paid the price. That's right. All my life. He's telling you like, yo, I wanted my family. He just never said it outwardly like the XX Chestion guy. He ain't say it outwardly. He just made it coded. But they all know. The Jay-Z's and the Beyoncé's, they all know. But we should know too. Because if we know, then we'll be careful with letting our children, you know, listen to some of this music. His music ain't that bad, but it's still bad. That's all myths. It ain't, I mean, it could be a myth, brother, but I just told you what happened. So if what just happened really happened, right? If let's just say, all right, you saying that's all myths. So let's just say it's all myths. I'm just saying, let's say we in a court of law, right? And let's say Nipsey's up at trial, and I'm the DA, the attorney, the district attorney, and I'm saying, let me present evidence one that Nipsey Hussle sacrificed himself. 33 is the age that the Illuminati or the conspiracy theorists, this is a common known. Go and chat GBTV and say, why do they say 33? And they're going to tell you Christ. They believe Christ died at 33. Who believes that? A lot of secret societies. So at 33, Nipsey Hussle unalived. Okay. What did he name his son? The last son he had before he was unalive, he was named Cross. What is the cross? The thing that Jesus Christ was sacrificed on. So go read the article that I told you to read. And the mother of Cross said that I made a sacrifice. I chose my son over the fame, so I had to make a sacrifice, and you got to make sacrifices down here. So his girlfriend is talking about her son being a sacrifice, but she chose her son instead of making a sacrifice, and then his father gets unalived at 33, and then the song that comes out right after he's gunned down at 33 is I've been grinding all my life, sacrifice, hustle, paid the price. If all of that really happened, then he would be found guilty in a court of law for sacrificing himself. So you can say what you want to say, but if you don't see, you don't see. And I'm not getting mad. I'm speaking with conviction and passion. And this is what I was just telling the people on here. I'm not here to preach, teach, or dissuade or persuade. Only thing I'm here is to speak to those who have eyes to see. Everybody can't see. So if you see all of that and you believe it to be coincidence, then that means it's not for you to see. And you shouldn't be here. You can be all you want, because maybe you'll hear something with this outside of the sacrifice thing. Maybe you might still find your Lord and Savior. Maybe you might, you know, whatever that may be. So you're welcome to be here. But if you can't see, you can't see, because it's obvious in your face, and it's not here to be a conspiracy. It is here to show y'all, so maybe y'all be more guarded with what you let your children listen to. Maybe you'll be more guarded when you see these people with these fame and wealth. You won't idolize these people and look at them as more than what they actually are. And I'm not saying he's a bad person. I actually understand where he came from, because I would have did the same thing. He passed away at 33. At 33, I had my spiritual awakening. So if they would have caught me at 32, like they caught him, because he passed away at 33. So he was upon us before 33. So if they caught me at 32, 31, I would have did the same thing for my family. All the shootouts I done been through, all the wrong I done did, you mean to tell me I got a way to make sure my family's straight for life? Where I sign up at? But I wouldn't have did that now, because I know that I'm giving up my soul, and I know my soul is more valuable than the world's weight in gold. I know that now at this ripe old age. So I'm not even speaking bad upon that brother. You know what I'm saying? He did what he felt he had to do. I'm just showing y'all what he did. If you don't see, you don't see. There's millions and billions of people that don't see. There's millions and billions of people that don't see the spirit connected to this brother who unalived his 8 children. There's millions and billions of people who still saying that brother had mental health issues. But I told y'all on here that Hippocrates in the 5th century went to Egypt, studied Egypt, and he became the founding father of medicine. And they still take a Hippocratical oath to this day. And what that brother did was he separated mental health and physical health and spiritual health. He separated, and he said if a person has schizophrenia and a voice is talking to him in his head, it's not a demon. That's all superstition. He needs to be spoken to and give drugs so we can heal him psychologically. If a person has multiple personality disorders, he doesn't have multiple personality demon disorder. It is just something going on in his mind. And if we give him medicine and we'll talk to him, we'll be able to help him. He separated the two. When Christ was here and a person was talking to himself, he said, demon come out of him, and the person stopped talking to himself. If Christ was here and a person came and was dressed as a woman one day, then was a little boy the next day, and then the third day spoke with a language that he never spoke with before, Christ would be like, come out of him. And that spirit of multiple personality disorders would come out of him, and that person would be normal. When that person came and separated the two, what it did was over 1,500 years ago, 25,000 years ago or something like that. When he did that, yes, 25,000 years or something like that. My math ain't mathing right now. When he did that, that was a part of them making you believe that people who walk around talking to themselves is crazy and it's not a spirit. I ain't gonna get into giving somebody some holy prayer water who used to talk to themselves and he thanked me and told me he was in that state since his mother passed away, a few years ago. I ain't even get into all of that. I got so much shit I could tell y'all, man. So I don't be going back and forth with humans because humans gonna think as humans think. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can't own a McDonald's. Everybody can't own a franchise of McDonald's. Somebody has to ask you, was your fries warm? Somebody has to. Do you need more ketchup and is your fries warm? Somebody has to do that. All of us are not meant here to evolve. All of us are not meant to, ascend. All of us are not meant here to ascend. Some of us are meant to be here to jam, fornicate, fuck, flight, feed, and reincarnate or go to hell. Some of us are meant here to do that. That's just how things work, y'all. So each one teach one. Peace, 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 beloved. I appreciate you. But Nipsey Lee's tweet on X was, thank you for as well. What is that egg? What does that mean? Was on point or hatched or I don't get that. Yes, the prodigal son, each one teach one blessing. Yes, 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 yes. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. If y'all listen to Lauryn Hill, man, go listen to Lauryn Hill, her Unplugged. It's the most profound, it's one of the most profound pieces of music created down here. Go get Lauryn Hill Unplugged 2.0, I think it's called 2.0 Lauryn Hill Unplugged. Man, listen to that sister. Those songs, Lauryn Hill had left the music industry. I don't know if y'all Lauryn Hill fans or y'all familiar with Lauryn Hill. I'm going to say this before I go kind of sort of, right? I know I'm supposed to go already, but if y'all listen to Lauryn Hill or y'all know anything about her with her mental health issues and her in and out the industry, y'all remember when she tried to leave the industry and y'all remember they filed her, they hit her with tax evasion and then she went and she toured all over Europe for like a whole half a year to pay the tax money that she owed. Well, those songs, Lauryn Hill Unplugged 2.0, those were the songs when she left the industry and she must have been praying and meditating and vibrating high. And the woman that her mother gave birth to was in control of those songs. Listen to those songs, listen to the interviews in between the songs, and she gonna tell you that she fighting the spirit and who we are and what we are and what's going on down here. She gonna tell you about the different demons and the different spirits and how right now, she says it while she's singing, like right now, this is me, y'all. If you hear something else from me a couple months down the road or whatever, this ain't gonna be me. She was her actual free self. And I want y'all to listen to whoever want to listen to her. I still listen to him to this day. I still listen to him. She from the Lord's tribe. A Yahshua Yahweh, the children of Israel, not the Hebrew Israelite religious belief system of being angry at the world. I'm talking about a lineage, a birthright. This is who most of us African Americans or FBAs, Cubans, Colombians, Haitians, Jamaican, this is who we are naturally are. And this is the reasons why in Deuteronomy 28, we was spread to all four corners of the earth. That actually happens. So when people want to refute the book, I refute a lot of the stuff in the book too. But there was a race of people who was kicked out of a land and spread to all four corners of the earth and hated everywhere they went because they was upon stuff they wasn't upon from the land they came from, whether it was in Africa, whether we was in Jerusalem, or we was already here before the Moors, or we came on the ships with the Moors before the colonizers and the conquistadors and the Pilgrims and the Christopher Columbuses, and before all of them came here, whether we was here when they got here before they got here, or we came, that's who they talking about. They talking about you. That's who they talking about, y'all. How do you know which one are you? To be honest with you, I don't know. I'm not. I used to take a standpoint on this one and take a standpoint on that one. I used to do that, but only thing I know is I'm gonna give you the answer to that. The reason why I say I don't know, you know why? Because before all of that happened, before America was America, right? Before Egypt was Egypt, when Egypt was still up underwater, and Lemuria, Mu, Atlantis, Pangea, when these continents was risen, before these continents that rose up, when those continents was risen, before the sun rose from the east and set in the west, then set in the east and rose in the west, when this shit was spinning in a whole nother atmosphere and the atlas, a lot of us was still here. And I believe I'm one of those who was still here. So I know that I'm an old ancient soul still trapped down here, forced into this horrible, horrible thing we call reincarnation, me personally. So I was before all of that. So I don't ascribe to none of that because my soul is older than an African or an American. My soul's older than that. I'm one of those ones who, and I'm not bragging or trying to sound fly and saying this. I've been out here getting it wrong over and over and over and over again, stuck in this time loop. Stuck in this time loop. So I don't really, my soul might have came through one of those at one point in time, but I think I was here before all of that, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to sound blasphemous because some of these entities and demons and some of these rappers would be like, oh, I'm ancient, because a lot of them are. A lot of them are. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't coming at it from that aspect. I'm saying I've been down here making mistakes for a long ass time. And I'm not going to keep making the same mistake by taking a standpoint on any of these titles that we given, because these shits is words put together, and we going to take a stand on a word that another man put together and say, yeah, I'm this. You know? I'm a billion times not reincarnated. I mean, yeah, because we're infinite, but I'm saying like born through another body. That's what I mean by that. You know what I'm saying? I made a lot of mistakes. Most of us have. It's 116 people in this live. Probably half of this live know what I'm saying, because y'all still here. That's why y'all resonate with me. You know what I'm saying? I done been on lives and I found lives on YouTube. I mean on TikTok, and I resonate with the brother or sister. There's a sister on TikTok. I don't know her name right now, but she got a whole chart and she break down our whole auras field. I believe. I watch her and everything she say is what I believe. She ain't say one thing I didn't believe, because that's my sister. You understand what I'm saying? And I be in her live and on TikTok, and I be sending her all these hard things, and she say she gets so much gift she don't even get a chance to say thank you. And I'm not, I'm gonna find her name. If y'all ever ask me again, I'm gonna try to have it. But this sister be on TikTok every morning, and she ain't said one thing that I disagree with. And she beautiful. She got a husband. Her life is great. You can see her light. She's a beautiful teacher. She's eloquent. That's my sister. She know we've been down here 1,000 times. So I say that to say the same way I be in her live is the same way y'all in my live. Y'all find your like minds. And even if I didn't know what I know, there was times where I found people when I didn't know half the stuff that I knew. And I just knew that was it. Let me tell y'all something. There was a sister from my neighborhood named Jasmine, and she used to braid my hair when I was young and I had braids. Man, I was in love with this sister. She was chocolate. She had low haircut, and this when low haircut wasn't even fashionable, y'all. She had a Caesar, and she was chocolate. She was dark skin. Uh, I thought she was 10 years older than me. As we got older, I realized she was only 2 years older than me. You know what I'm saying? And she used to braid my hair. And this sister used to braid my hair, y'all. And she was a follower of the Nwambian nation. Her family was they was guard bodies, and they followed Dr. Malachi Z. York, right? Because her father and them was from Brooklyn. But we grew up on Weeks Avenue in the Bronx. And this sister used to braid my hair, man. And this sister was so beautiful and so knowledgeable. She my sister. You know what I mean? And she was the first person I ever heard of talking about reincarnation. She used to tell me, unplug your TV because they watch you through your TV. And man, there was girls who braided hair better than her. She was all right, but I would go to her. I would always be like, yo, why you keep going to Jasmine, let her mess your hair? Because I would just sit there and she would braid. I read somewhere years later that in Africa, they braid hair, and the mother used to teach to the children why they braid their hair, because I guess it opens you up, opens your mind up, right? So I don't know none of this, and she used to tell me so many things. And when I seen her, like years later now I'm driving big drug dealer cars. I'm the guy in the hood. I'm this big name in the hood. And one day I called in a Chinese restaurant and I told her, I said, yo, I thank you, man. I love you so much, or whatever. And I was explaining to her, like, yo, you opened my mind to a lot of things. You spoke to my spirit, and you put me on the path that I'm on. And I was still gangbanging then too, but I was making a transition. But she was the first person I was probably about 14, 15. And I used to hear the guard bodies talk back and forth. I grew up in New York City. The Israelites, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was always around me. I was already seeing witchcraft. I was already seeing voodoo. My grandmother been telling us our future since we was like 8 years old. So I was already, going through all this. In this, New York City's modern day Babylon, y'all. That's where everything is at, man. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm not saying shit ain't happening everywhere else. I'm just saying with the cluster of so much shit, you know what I'm saying? On my block, like a New York City block, I might have 1,000 people on my block. It might be 2,000 people just on my block. And in those 2,000, you got a Haitian, you got a Jamaican, you got a Colombian, you got a Trinidadian, you got a Bajan. So it's like all these different cultures is there. And when you see Babylon or Rome, that's how Rome and Babylon was. When you went to Rome, it wasn't just Romans there. You'd see some Arab brothers who came across the Sahara. They selling incense. You might have seen some Persians there. They selling rugs. You might have seen some Phoenicians. They're selling blinds. These where these terms come from: Persian rugs, Phoenician blinds. This is what these people were known for in these trade routes. You understand what I'm saying? So New York was like, is that in today's time. So she used to braid my hair. So I was already had a lot going on around me, but she was the one that made sense of it all. You know what I'm saying? What she was saying made sense of it all. So through her, I fell in love with the teachers of Dr. Malachi Z. York. And he is a master teacher. You know what I'm saying? He do speak 27 languages. He do write his Anunnaki. He talking about the Anunnaki before Zechariah Sitchin. I read Zechariah Sitchin when I was in prison at 16. I bought the book because it was $3. And I was locked in the box. And when my people sent me my little $40, $50, I was like, shit, this book look like it sound good. And I ordered it. And then I read about the Anunnaki. But I had already heard about it from Dr. Malachi York, right? So I say all that to say this. The same way she spoke to my spirit, because we come from the same spirit and we have that same energy, the same way why this live never went under 100 people. Because there's 100 people in here who come from that same soul group. So it ain't me. It ain't nothing super duper special about me. It's because I'm talking to the soul in you that been here 1,000 times, that's tired of being here. That understands that you're greater, that knows you could walk through a wall, you could stop a bullet with your hand, that knows you could heal yourself, that knows you could pull cancer out grandma and your aunties, that knows all the power that you have. I'm just reminding, all we do is remind each other. We ain't teaching each other shit. We reminding each other. She remind me. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you'll find your like spirit. That's what I'm here for, not just to preach and teach, because I ain't really a preacher, nor am I a teacher. I'm just here to remind those in my like spirits. And if I can make real life relationships with some of the brothers and sisters on here who are actually vibrating, then now I'm finding my family. I'm finding my way back to my family. That's what I'm doing. That's all I'm doing, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing special. It is special, but I'm saying I ain't special. You know what I'm saying? I am special. but you know what I mean. Not prideful. No prideful attached to it. No pride attached to it. None of that. You know what I'm saying? I am that I am. That's all that I am. The all in all. Aya Asha Aya. That's who we is. That's all we are. You know what I'm saying? Which is a lot. So I appreciate y'all. What books and beliefs do you got, brother? Now I'm getting confused with your knowledge. How you getting confused with my knowledge? Like I don't, it's right knowledge. I don't subscribe to no books like this. I read this every day. This is the Bible. I read the Bible every day. Um, got books. I got a bunch of books right here. I gotta turn that off to show you, but I got a bunch of books, but I don't ascribe to no. If you're looking for me to say what my religion is, I don't have a religion, brother. I don't have a religion. What books? I read thousands of books, brother. Like I don't hold no books higher than the esteem of others. I just read the Bible a lot because I know that the what people call the Israelites, the original souls of this planet that was here before a lot of the gene splicing and before a lot of these entities came here and manipulated what's going on down here. I know that the original core of us have been handed back Christianity. The ones that are here in North America, they've been handed back Christianity. Those are the ones spoke about in Deuteronomy. This book is a history book. Yeah, some of the stories was, and before you attack me with, it was taken from the Sumerian tablets and the flood stories from the Epic of Gilgamesh. And I read all the shit you read before you even go there. So I'm not even saying you're wrong in that. The only thing I'm saying is this book said that there was going to be a race of people in Deuteronomy 28. Just go to the chapter. I think it starts at the 25th chapter. It said there was a race of people that got upset their God. I don't believe it's the Most High God. It is a God, but not the Most High. We upset that God, worshiping shit we had no business worshiping, and because of that, we was gonna be put on ships and spread to all four corners of the earth. And when we were spread to all four corners of the earth, we would work the fields and work the vineyards, and we wouldn't taste near grape. The dogs would eat before us, and even if we was taken back to which we claimed came, there would be nobody to claim us. We wouldn't know who we were. We would be the dry bones in the valley, meaning the people who has not known who they are. And whether we're the FBAs or the African Americans that came on the slave ship, you know what the FBA and the Africans who supposedly came on the slave ship, you know what they got in common? They don't know who they are. That's who they speaking about. That's who the dry bones in the valley are. The people who don't know who they are. But yet, with all of this not knowing who we are, we're the most influential people on the face of this planet. The face of this, after the Egyptians, after the original Egyptians who were colored like us too, because they wasn't dark Nubians. They wasn't totally dark Nubians. They was our color, my color, and some of them, because some of them were blue, black, dark too, because the queens had to come from Ethiopia, and those Ethiopian queens was blue, black. So that was their way of bringing the Nubian into who we were. But anyway, long story short, short story shorter, what I'm saying is my belief that there is an original soul group here, right here, on this planet. And that's who I am a part of. And we are the ones who keep reincarnating down here because this is our planet, right? So because this is our planet, we have the soul and the spirit of this planet. That's why we dance. That's why we vibrate. That's why everything we do, everybody attracts to it because they're attracted to this planet. So we are like this planet. We're kind, we're gentle, we're giving, but we also can disseminate wrath. The planet is a black woman, for lack of a better term, because if we get into Black's law, trust me, I don't like to spit spells and curses either, but I'm just saying, for layman's terms, a lot of things I do is in layman's terms, even with this Bible. So I'm recognizing my people because I know that they was given this Bible. I understand that, and Christ came here to show us that we are Neo, that we are Superman, that we could walk on water, that we could stop bullets, that we can feed ourselves because we can manifest anything because this is our original planet. When he told those people that they were children of Satan and they worship in the synagogue of Satan, he was talking to those souls that are not originally from here. Some of them don't even have souls. They got bodies, but they don't got souls, right? So he was speaking to an invader. someone who was not natural. That's why he said, I'm only coming to the children of Israel. But when I say the children of Israel, I'm not saying the Israelites who saying, because we practice this Bible and we the real right people, I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about a soul group. If we are the children of Isis, Ra, El, Ra, sun god, Re, El, lofty one God, the Elohim, if that's who we are, then that is a soul group. That is a lineage. It ain't got nothing to do with a book or a religion, because we're ancient in all these books and religions. If that makes any sense to you, beloved, we was on Atlantis before we was in America. We was in Atlantis before we was in on the continent of Africa or Pangea or Lemuria or Mu. We've been here and we keep learning shit and we keep taking the Luciferian experience, which is biting this apple, right? And every time we bite that apple, we begin to build clothes and build kingdoms and build castles and build this and build that. And we so fleshly in building, we stay entrenched in matter. That's why you have a court matter. We're down here in matter. That's who we are. We're the soul of this planet, brother. So I don't ascribe to any of those religious texts. I just use Yahshua Yahweh, Jesus the Christ, as my Lord and Savior in terms of the power that he came out here to show me. You could worship Superman. I worship him. Not worship him as in powerful than God. I'm saying as my example of who I actually am. Not worship him like he's God and we need, no, to be like him. If you don't believe that he exists, well, you don't believe that Superman exists. But I said, yo, if I could give you Superman powers, wouldn't you want them? Yeah, you probably would want Superman powers, brother. Well, I want those powers, even if he ain't exist. It's a consciousness. It's in my spirit. That's it. So I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. And I thank y'all. For real. I'll be back on at 10 o'clock for those who come on at night, because there's a lot of people that always come on at night, and I didn't come on last night. You know what I'm saying? I just came on today because I had time, but I got a couple things to do. I'll probably tap back in at 8, 9 o'clock tonight, y'all. I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all for being here. I wish I could read all the comments. I really, 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 really do. Like, subscribe, and share. Please, y'all. I thank you. Peace, love, and light to the collective.